call the Hamilton Board of Selectmen to order at 6:34, we'll say. And we'll take a roll call. We'll start with Darcy.
Darcy Dale here.
Rosie.
Rosie Kennedy here.
Bill.
William Wilson here.
Jamie.
Jamie Knudsen here.
And myself, Sean Farrell here. So today in front of us, we have a transfer of license from Harrigan's.
So this is just a transfer of a license for an existing liquor store. They're changing owners and managers. We sent we did send the transfer application to town council. Had not heard back that there was anything out of order on it. So it looks to be in order. So
It seems like it's just a standard transfer, right? Nothing.
Right.
Nothing really changing besides the hands, I guess.
Right.
Names. Same license, same everything else. It's just different principles.
Long-standing operation there.
So the building was, so sorry, walk me through again. The business was bought and sold, or it was just within the same ownership, it's changing management?
No, it would be.
Sold, lock, stock, and barrel. That's what I read. In
That's what.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
Go ahead.
sold, it was purchased by this group here, Joan Regan and Kalpesh Desai.
Can you slow down, Joe?
Sure.
Go back to the new owners for me. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. Okay.
They bought all 3 package stores that were under with Harry.
Yep.
Are they going to be? Will there be someone living there because there is a living quarters attached to the back, or will that be rented out, or are they going to make that part of the liquor store itself?
Mr. Chair, my name is Joe Devlin. I've lost myself on your Zoom a little bit, but I presume I'm still there.
Yeah, I can see you.
I'm a city councilor up here in Newburyport, and I have a Zoom at 7:30, but it's actually disconcerting to look at myself. It's actually better not to be looking at yourself. I'm here representing the applicant. I have Kalpesh Desai, who's the 90% owner, and the manager of record, Betsy Alley. They're in the sort of bunkerish looking back office of New England Wine and Spirits here in Newburyport. They are purchasing, as someone mentioned, the 3 locations owned currently by Larry Chase. Larry Chase is retiring from the operation of the businesses. They are not expanding into the separate house there where Mr. Chase lives. He'll actually be living there for a while after the transaction hasn't closed yet. It's contingent upon getting these approvals. We've gotten the first 2 approvals, and this is the 3rd. And then it goes to the ABCC. So we likely won't close until January. There is a transfer and a pledge because there's a loan here from Rockland Trust. All you're going to see, they're going to use that as rental property. Perhaps it'll go to somebody maybe who works at the store, but they haven't decided that yet. They are 2 experienced package store owners. As I was saying, Kalpesh Desai actually bought the package store in Newburyport that I frequent. And Joan and Kalpesh own a liquor store together in Salisbury, Massachusetts called R&L Liquors, which they are concurrently selling as well. There was a hearing before the Salisbury Board of Selectmen somewhat time in the last week to 10 days, I think, for that transfer as well. Betsy Alley has been an employee at New England Wine and Spirits for Kalpesh Desai for over 10 years with progressive roles of responsibility in the store. She is now currently the bookkeeper, but as a couple of other people have done, she's moving up to the manager of record, and she'll be the main person here. Miss Regan will also be there, because she is the operator of R&L, and once that's sold, she will have more free time for this store. And Mr. Desai will also be there. Their object, they run very nice stores. So their object is to, get these up and running to their satisfaction. And, they're the type of place that have the wine expert helping people on the floor make informed decisions. When these are up and running, they anticipate to have 5 to 7 employees, on slow days, likely be the manager and 2 employees. And then as things pick up or more busier days, that's when they'll have the full complement of 5 to 7 employees there. You're getting experienced liquor store operators, and I have watched the transformation since 2008 of the package store here in Newburyport. It went from sort of a 6-pack and a decent bottle of wine place to, they've got about $3 million worth of inventory in there, and lots of selection. So I think it'll be a positive addition, and it'll carry on what Larry Chase had done as well for all these years in Manchester. In Hamilton. We just did one in Manchester. So we're here to answer any questions you might have.
The business the name stays the same.
Yes.
So in the store stays the same. So it's just a change in ownership, and over time it will adapt and improve is your goal, but not right away.
And
you're not renovating for day one. You're sort of
no.
Okay.
No, you'll see some changes in the product, maybe, or a little. You'll probably see more inventory and a more varied inventory. So
will you be keeping the tobacco sales, the cigars and et cetera, in the cigar room?
I'm going to have to leave that out to Kalpesh. Kalpesh, are you on here? Can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So we kind of looked into it. We haven't got too much amount of detail about how much sales do they do. But with our experience in Newburyport, we do not have any kind of cigar sales in Newburyport. But having said that, we'll have to work with the clientele demand. But we don't honestly have expertise into cigars right now.
Right. Yeah. Just curious if you're going to keep that or not. I don't know what the revenue would be from that, but just curious, I guess.
Yeah, so we'll have to go by if you are a customer who loves cigars, we'll have to follow that. But beyond that, I don't really have much of expertise on that right now. But we will just walk into it and slowly and steadily adapt to the environment as well as the demand from the customer.
Any questions from anybody else on the board?
Come on, Stewie. Chadley should like you for who you are. Besides, this place isn't so bad. Chadley's parents.
You mute Joe. I'm not sure who's
I'm trying to figure out who that is.
Knows his legs while she's sitting on the toilet. What I've got to do is find the spectacular house that I can pretend is mine to impress.
It's Anthony on looks like Anthony on Saldy's mic. There you go.
That looked like the applicant. There was something going on.
Nope.
So let's see, where is the attorney who is also the town official in Newburyport?
Joe Devlin.
Joe Devlin.
Joe, hi, Joe, sorry, Rosie Kennedy here. Just had a question. You are the legal representation for this transaction? Do I understand that correctly?
I am.
Okay, so my question is, have there been any legal infractions that the owners or board of directors have had to contend with that you're aware of?
No, there's a section of the application that deals with that as well. So no, certainly not in Newburyport, but I believe it's section, I have that in front of me. Section, but the answer is no. It's section.
I can confirm because I did see that there were no.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, and it sounds like
Section 6 of the application.
Yeah, and these people have had a lot of experience with running liquor stores, so that's good. Glad to hear that.
I think you will be very pleased to have them as a business resident.
That sounds promising.
Shall I make a motion? Is is everyone ready for me to make a motion?
Yes, perfect.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, you should probably just make sure that there's nobody in the in attendance that wants to speak out against or for it's a public hearing, so you should make sure there's nobody present that wants to speak one way or the other. Sean? Sean, you're on mute. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
There you
Rookie mistake here. I was just gonna say I concur with Joe, and I was trying to say if there's anybody else besides a board member that is from the public at large that wishes to speak for or against, you're more than welcome to at this time. I said it much better the first time, but I was on mute.
We'll take your word for it.
All right, if there isn't anybody else that wishes to speak up, Darcy, I'll entertain your motion again.
I move that we approve the liquor license transfer for Harrigan's JK Incorporated liquor store.
A second from anybody?
Second.
All right, and then a roll call vote. We'll start with Darcy.
Darcy Dale, aye.
Rosie?
Rosie Kennedy, aye.
Bill?
William Olson, aye.
Jamie?
Jamie Knutson, aye.
And myself, Sean Farrell, aye. And maybe somebody that's a longer Hamilton resident can verify. I heard at one point that is one of the older or oldest liquor stores in the Commonwealth. I'm not sure if there's truth to that or not, but that's a
Thank you for investing in Hamilton. So I appreciate new entrepreneurship in town. So thank you. We wish you success.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, Joe, do we need to, as point of order, do we need to close the public hearing now?
Yes, you need to close the public hearing, and then you can resume the agenda.
All right. So I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing for the liquor license for Harrigan's transfer.
So moved.
Second.
All right. And a roll call vote. We'll start with Darcy.
Darcy Dale, aye.
Rosie?
Rosie Kennedy, aye.
Bill?
William Olson, aye.
Jamie?
Jamie Knutson, aye.
And myself, Sean Farrell, aye. Thank you, everyone, for showing up and talking to us.
Thank you very much. Have a
Good
good
luck
night.
with it.
Yeah.
Good luck.
All right, so we have about 15 minutes before we start our other meeting. We can maybe start it earlier if somebody gets on, but let's go ahead and talk a little bit about our board and committee openings. We have two openings for the Council on Aging, and I think 2 for the Hamilton Historic District Commission. And then we'll take some selectmen and town manager reports. We'll start with Jamie tonight.
Yeah, I don't have much to report. I attended the Council on Aging meeting and Hamilton Development Corporation meeting. I know the parking study is getting going as we've talked about, but other than that, not a lot to report.
All right, thanks, Jamie. Bill, we'll go with you next.
A couple things. One is, don't want to go into too much detail, but as you know, it's been a tough week in town. We lost 2 public safety officers, great members of the community, great family members, great friends. And so we take a moment to give our thoughts and prayers to their family and think of them often. Secondly, so just take a moment for that. But secondly, on the school board, there's a school board opening as well, Sean. So I think we'll
that's
wait
right.
to see
Yes.
What that process will be to fill that opening.
Right. And that'll be if I'm correct, that'll be a Wenham Board of Selectmen process with the school committee because Stacy was a Wenham resident. So,
okay. An update on the school quickly also is that there was some teachers had to quarantine, so they just at the high school they could not safely open high school because they didn't have enough faculty for that. So last week they announced a 14-day quarantine of the high school. So currently the high school is fully remote, and hopefully they'll be back in session after that, which will be the week after next. And that's really all I have today because we've been working a lot of other stuff. So
All right. Rosie?
Oh, no, sorry, one more
Oh.
thing, and I know you're gonna comment on it too, Sean, but
Yeah.
I also wanted to thank our town clerk and our polling volunteers and workers. It was it went very smooth. I think we had the largest turnout. We had a lot of different types of votes. We had in-person, early, mail-in, absentee. They did a fantastic job. So it was a lot of work, a lot of long hours, a lot of days. So thank you for making that a success within our town. So appreciate all the hard work.
Yeah, I concur. Who did I say, Darcy or Rosie? I don't know if you guys can fight over it if you want to. I can't remember.
I'll go.
All right.
And again, I want to piggyback on what Bill said. Corinne Kale and her crew, we owe them. They really stepped up to the plate, and it's not even done yet because we have an STM coming along and then a ballot on December 3rd. So thank you so much, Corinne Kale. I also wanted to just touch on the fact that some seniors in town don't have access to reusable cloth masks that can be laundered. And I know a lot of these people may not use the internet, they may not drive, they might not have the funds to purchase what they need. So I was just wondering, maybe we could do something about that, maybe on the next agenda, or is there something?
I think Joe's got good news for you. So
It's already in the works.
it's already in the
Oh,
works.
good. Okay, thank you. I was concerned, so I just wanted to get an update on that. Thanks.
Yeah.
And I think that's about it.
All right. Rosie?
Yeah. So I think the big thing that's been taking up all of at least my spare time is the town hall building committee and how the numbers have come in. I think Joe's going to talk a little bit about that tonight. We will be having our final meeting tomorrow prior to the town meeting. And I just want to reiterate what a boatload of work this town hall building committee, not including me. I've been on there for a short while, but Mike Toomey especially, who has been there from the start and has really nurtured and asked questions and done everything he possibly can to make sure that this renovation project comes in at the absolute lowest possible price. He has cut so many things out. And so I'm hoping that many people will come to the town meeting on Saturday and listen to the presentation with an open mind, realizing that our town hall is a majestical building that has represented who we are for the last 122 years. So that's probably the main thing that I wanted to say today.
All right. Thank you, Rosie. I don't have too much to add, just echoing Bill's statement about our two public safety officers that we lost this week. It's a tragedy for everyone in the town and the families immediately. There's just, no words really. It's just a tragedy. Also, to piggyback on some other comments, the town clerk and the poll workers really, we appreciate them every time, but when there's a major presidential election with record turnout, we really appreciate them even more in the job that they do professionally. And, they really do what we ask them to do and go beyond that a lot of times. So
I know we had 4,500 votes or something. Is that, I don't know what that compared to the previous.
I think we have, and I'm maybe misquoting, but I think we have about 52 or 5,600 registered voters in town, somewhere in that range. So if we had 4,500 people show out, that's a really good turnout. That's probably, close to 85, 90% or so. I don't know the math, but that's pretty high.
That was during a pandemic.
And that's during a pandemic, right?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Elena, and I don't know our percentage of, curious to know, maybe Joe, you can get a kind of a stats on mail-in versus in person and what our total numbers were and everything. I'm very interested to hear kind of how that all worked out. And to Rosie's point about town hall building, I just got my mail-in ballot today for the debt exclusion. So you may be seeing that in your mail if you opted in for mail-in voting. And the mask, to Darcy's comment earlier about the masks, Joe, and he can confirm this, ordered a whole bunch of cloth masks for giving out at town meeting and the senior center, etc. So we have a batch hopefully coming in very shortly for people that will help. Thanks, Joe. And that will help with all that kind of stuff. And the last thing is fairly light. Our Hamilton Wenham Rec Department is been busy putting together their winter brochure with all their programming. So that's soon to come. So it looks like they're doing a lot of stuff there still, even though we're under restrictions, but it's pretty vibrant rec department. And that's all I have, Joe. If you want to add some of your town manager report, that'd be great.
Yeah, real quick, I'll show you. This is the mask we ordered. We ordered about 500 to start with. They should be here in time this week to, am I on?
You're on.
Okay. They should be here in time this week, and our goal will be to make sure that anybody coming into town meeting on Saturday that wants a mask can get a mask. It's a blue mask with the town of Hamilton seal. And then masks that are left over after town meeting, we'll find ways to distribute them, particularly through places like the library and the Council on Aging, and places where people who need them might want them, maybe the Hamilton Housing Authority, et cetera. So,
Are they washable?
I think so. I mean, they're meant to be permanent cloth masks.
hope
So
so.
I believe they're washable. I didn't specifically ask that question. I was kind of assuming that, that was why we're buying them, but I probably should have asked. I know that Ipswich bought very similar masks earlier on in the pandemic, and they've been very happy with them. So,
Good. Thank you.
I followed the recommendation of the Ipswich town manager on that. Here, I'll bring up my, I won't share the screen so you guys can all look at each other, but a couple quick announcements, and I'll try not to belabor things. The special town meeting reminder, special town meeting is Saturday at November 14th at 9 a.m. at the regional high school football field. We'll be under a tent again. We do have it so that we can put down size if the weather's really inclement, but right now the weather forecast is calling for somewhere around 40 degrees, 45 degrees at the time that it starts, and we will have heaters. But the heaters would be more effective with the sides down, but then we'd have less airflow. So we're going to make a game time decision based on the weather that morning when we get there. Also wanted to say that Veterans Day is November 11th, Wednesday. The town hall will be closed, as will some of our other services like the Council on Aging, et cetera. But the Gardner Post is going to be doing a very brief ceremony at the Hamilton Cemetery flagpole at 11 a.m. But due to the governor's, Governor Baker's orders regarding the pandemic and wanting people to socially distance, et cetera, we're not necessarily encouraging it. The whole ceremony is only expected to take about 15, 20 minutes or so. There will be no speakers. There'll be a color guard, a short veterans prayer, and they expect to be done by 11:15. So we do want to recognize Veterans Day, and we'll try to get someone there to take photos for people. But this being a pandemic year, we're trying to encourage people to be safe. So they're not really advertising that. The town hall construction bids, as Rosie and Darcy intimated, did come in. Bids were better than expected. I could tell you that we'll be asking for less money at town meeting than we had initially projected. The town hall building committee has to meet tomorrow. They have to confirm that the low bidders are certified with the state so that we can award the bid. And once they've completed that work tomorrow, we'll be able to share very publicly, very quickly, what the amount that we'll be asking for the project is. I also wanted to let people know, I can share this picture with you as well. We also have ordered and have in-house the clickers for voting at town meeting. So this is a slightly different model than the ones everybody saw at town meeting in June. We went with a different vendor based on price. But as you see, it says 1A yes, 2B no. And that will basically be what we'll be using at town meeting on the 14th. So this should help move the process along very quickly. I'm sure the Wenham folks, if they want to, when we come to their Board meeting, will tell us how well it went for them in the middle of the month last month, because they used the same voting devices. So that should be helpful. And let me see if there's anything else. We had our first flash vote survey last week. We got good results, good participation in the flash vote. The questions were a lot around how we communicate with the public. How do our residents currently get information about what's going on in town? How would they like to get information going forward? So we're going to use the results of that survey to help us improve the way we communicate with our residents here going forward. Hope to have a small report for the Board of Selectmen before the next meeting based on that survey. And that's where we're at today.
All right, thank you, Joe. And so we'll move on to our consent agenda. And I'll ask if it's all right with the rest of the board that we add in the downtown shop local signage, etc. Those on the previous version of the agenda. If that's all right with everybody. So I would entertain a motion to approve those 3 items, the minutes from October, 4 items. Is it the minutes? And you have to forgive me, it's not right in front of me here. The minutes,
The North Shore Nordic
Nordic.
Association sign.
Ballot.
and I think there's 2 sets of
Shop.
minutes. Is that right?
Oh, it's dotted in.
I have that you have the no, October 19th minutes, the Nordic Association, the special election warrant,
Yeah, that's it. The special election warrant is what I'm forgetting.
and then the permission for shop local to hang banners on Railroad and potentially Bay Road if the state says so.
So moved.
All
So
right.
moved.
A second.
Second.
All right. All those in favor, we'll start with Darcy.
Darcy Dale, aye.
Rosie,
Rosie Kennedy, aye.
Bill,
William Olson, aye.
Jamie,
Amy Knutson, aye.
and myself, Sean Farrell, aye. All right. Now we're moving right along here. All right. So now we have our main agenda. And tonight we are lucky enough to have the Wenham Board of Selectmen with us. And at this time, entertain a motion from Gary to open his meeting.
Yeah, so Gary Cheeseman, good evening. Thank you. I see John Clemenzi online, so we have a quorum. Also want to recognize Jim Purdy, the chairman of the Wenham Finance Committees here, as well as our town administrator, Anthony Ansaldi. So John, you are up and listening, and I think we've got the quorum, so ready to go.
Yep. Can you hear me, Gary?
Yes, you're good.
We
I'm
got
with
you,
you.
John.
All right.
All right, perfect. So I had reached out to Gary a little while ago about a possible joint meeting coming up. And with the kind of the current climate and some changes that are going on in Wenham, we thought maybe sooner than later would be better to kind of start the dialogue. We've attempted this different times in the past, but I think, at this point with both of our financial situations getting closer to the same, that it's good to really start this dialogue and continue it and hopefully make it a productive one. So on tonight's agenda, we have kind of 4 main items, but if we go off topic a little bit and think of something else, I think it's more than welcome as long as we're in kind of a spirit of communication. But the first item is discussing the regional agreements, and there's a handful of those: library and inspectional services, and discussing the regional school agreement, which is quite a big one, and we would need the school committee's participation in that as well. But tonight we can just kind of start the opening of the dialogue, and then discuss 2022 excuse me, budget and capital planning items, and discuss Hamilton's master plan and health reorganization. So Joe, if you want to intro a couple of those things maybe, and we can use that as kind of a starting point. I know if we want to talk about library services maybe first, and I know I can kind of lead into it too, and maybe Joe can add to it. With the regional kind of agreement with that, the library, we have Hamilton, Wenham, and the library trustees all kind of in the mix with the agreement. And we had a little bit of an issue this year with some monies for the roof. And, I think looking at that agreement a little more in depth, or maybe, I don't know if we necessarily need to open it, but I think maybe if we talk a little bit more about more communication between the 3 groups, maybe including the library trustees or Kim, who's the library director now, coming to more kind of department head meetings and getting some more heads up about, costs of capital plans and stuff like that before it's just kind of in front of us. I think that would help us out a lot with planning and kind of knowing what's going on within the library. I think oftentimes when I get the library budget, it's kind of already a done deal. And then it's just kind of us paying our share. So I think we'd feel a lot better if there's a little bit more communication, maybe Kim coming to some department meetings or FinCom meetings for both towns, but I'm just kind of spitballing here. So I'll open it to any discussion, or if Joe wants to add something to what I just said.
Well, I mean, behind the scenes, operationally,
We lost you, Joe.
Okay. All right. Sorry. I thought somebody else had started to talk. Behind the scenes, operationally, we did start to meet a little bit, particularly about the capital items at the library and kind of coordinate those requests a little bit better. We had a meeting week or so ago with Kim Butler and with Bill Tyak, DPW director, and Wenham, myself, Jackie Bresnahan, and a few other folks to talk about the library roof project. As it turns out, it looks like even though both towns have appropriated the money that they need for that roof, we're probably not going to be able to get that done right now because the bid process is going to force it higher than the amount of money that we've set aside. So we've talked about how to streamline the process so that we can have a better sense of what the actual cost is going to be and also manage the projects as they go forward. Mike Hardy is the facilities director in Wenham, and I believe that with Bill and Tim, they're going to start to communicate a little bit better about aligning how we put these programs forward. But the chairman's absolutely right. I think that for capital planning purposes, particularly, we'd like to have Wenham's collaboration a little bit more on those things that we share when it comes to the library and the all of the systems there. We were looking at a roof and a server, I think, and we want to make sure that we're separating out those things that should be capital and including those other things that are in the operational budget. So, for instance, with the library project, Wenham went out and appropriated as a capital project on their side, but we got assessed in our assessment our share of what it would have done for the roof at the price that it was being proposed at. So we almost had it to appropriate it again. We were going to appropriate it on capital, and we were already getting ready to pay it in the operational budget when my finance director caught it. So we're very appreciative to Marissa for recognizing that. But we're all set to try to appropriate it again. We had already done it when we appropriated the operating budget. So we just want to make sure we can work through these things and have them streamlined and a little bit more efficient as we talk about those things going forward.
Joe and Sean, this is John Clemenzi. Fully agree with both of you. The library generally is a very quiet operation, so it's hard to hear what they have to say if they don't say anything. And I think the suggestion that the board of directors are a little more involved, I think would be very helpful. But we've got a new finance director coming on this week, and I think that's going to help all of us a whole lot because we've been very, very weak in our finance department. And I really am pleased to announce that Jamie will be, I think it's starting Monday. Is that right, Gary?
Yes, started today. So yeah, I would echo that too, that we need a little bit more coordination early on in the budget process. So I believe we have the grand meeting on 9 January, but prior to that, in early December, why don't we look at having another meeting, at least at the town administrator level, to go through all the joint programs and see just where we're at. How's that sound?
That sounds good. And I think in what we've done in Hamilton over the last probably couple of years, we've established kind of a calendar for all of our kind of big meetings with FinCom and stuff like that. I don't know if Wenham has a similar thing, but I would suggest that we kind of bake in a regularly scheduled meeting with the library director and the trustees director or whatever, and have kind of a set date or time that we start the kind of process. So there's no kind of surprises, even though I know John says it's kind of a sleepy place, but it's a pretty well-funded and expensive thing for both of our towns. I love the library and really appreciate it. I think we're one of the only regional libraries, and the caliber of the library is outstanding, but it is quite a lot of money. So, It's always good to be fiscally responsible.
I know Jim Purdy has already got the Wenham budgets calendar set. So let's work on getting that joint meeting to look at the joint activities.
Sean, to your point, no, I'm sorry if I misinterpreted or misrepresented the library. They're just quiet people by design.
I know.
I always have been
joking with you, John.
But that is one of the busiest function facilities in our two towns. The usage of that library is amazing.
Yeah, it gets a lot of traffic. Every time I've ever been in there, it's busy.
And it's a big building, so it does take a fair amount of maintenance. So I've got that as one of my top priorities as well.
If I can, based on the conversation here, we have Mr. Purdy as the chairman of the Wenham FinCom on. John Prulidge is the chairman of the Hamilton FinCom. To the extent that they want me to be involved, I'm happy to facilitate communications between you both to help us, schedule that meeting for the joint FinComs with the library going forward.
That'd be, thank you, Joe. That'd be very helpful. John and I, as a matter of fact, are planning to have a cup of coffee in the next week or so.
Right.
Just to say hello and begin to plan the FinCom processes between the two communities. We have the calendar set. I think there's still some dates that we have to work on. Any communication that could improve around capital operations is always a good thing.
Right. I agree, Jim.
And I'm the liaison. The FinCom has assigned liaisons to different departments in Wenham, and I happen to be the liaison to the library and inspectional services and these joint joint programs. So much work to be done. Ready to do it.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
Yeah, Joe,
Go ahead,
I mean, Sean.
I'd echo those comments as well. And yeah, Jim and I are going to kick things off between the two of us next week. But then I anticipate from that we'll set up a joint meeting for both the FinComs and covering beyond library as well. But we'll figure out if it's one meeting or several meetings. But I think the more collaboration we can have between our respective FinComs, the better.
Yeah, and I feel we'll probably be saying this a lot tonight because we'll be leaning on our FinComs for a lot of this information to help us flow through to us and get a better understanding of what we're both facing. Bill, were you going to say something?
Can't imagine why.
Right.
Yeah, Sean, I was going to say that you gave us the copy of the management agreement and the regional agreements and the joint agreements, but I kind of previewed I didn't look at the sort of the board of trustees, sort of statements, but there's nothing in any of these agreements about reporting, about attending meetings, reporting back to the selectmen, reporting back to FinCom. It talks about day-to-day stuff, but obviously, but it talks about you can add amendments to these things. So I'm just wondering if, as we improve on our communication, do we want to set future people up with a better train of communication and kind of give them more of what we would expect of in terms of regularity and meetings, reportings. It's not written anywhere. So maybe it might be good as we set this up to make it part of the agreement.
I think that's a good idea because I think the last iteration of that was 2010 maybe when we were actually building the library. I think the first letter that was in our packets tonight is the original when we were just starting the process, and then the agreement it mostly talks about the transition of the joining of the two libraries. So
it really hasn't been an update since the building was built. So let's take a look at.
Yeah, so maybe it's time for a gentle kind of update to what Bill Olson was saying about some kind of regular reporting from the library or some more kind of a liaison group or something that we can get some more communication with budgets and just stuff in general. I think would be good. It's always good to promote our local resources.
All right, sounds good. How about the inspection services?
Right. So next up, we have the inspectional services, which I think have been going pretty good for both towns. We've got a little more outreach and more availability. And right now, Wenham currently has the kind of hiring part of it, which is the bulk of it, I think. We want to kind of talk a little bit about that agreement tonight and see we have, I think, a renewal is it January, Joe?
Yeah, we need to determine, both towns would need to vote by middle of January, in order to continue the agreement. The agreement as it is right now would expire on June 30th. So, have both boards start talking about whether we want to continue the regional services, what shape that takes, what do we want to do? Are there any things that we want to change? We've had it for about 3 years now. Probably the right time to look at the agreement, make some recommendations on changes. I had a meeting with Anthony and Patrick on my side and Jackie on his side to talk about the agreement, because Jackie and Patrick do a lot of the yeoman's work and kind of managing the operation. So we had a couple of ideas out of that. So we think that it'd be worth it to look at the agreement, make a few amendments here and there, make some changes, and we think we can improve it a little bit. We think we can improve it without any real major influx of new resources. It's just kind of cleaning up the agreement and changing a little bit of the way we're doing some of the work in that department. So.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind taking the reins on the hiring part of it as well. I know we pay kind of the bulk of it, and we're we're a larger town, so we probably need more services than Wenham does. Not discounting Wenham's involvement at all, for sure. You still have important things to do, but that's my 2 cents. And I don't know what your board, Gary, has thoughts on that, or my board as well. I'd open the discussion.
Right. Well, I think that we certainly had 2 or 3 years of experience. So yeah, I agree. We need to sit down and look at what we've learned over the last 2 or 3 years and understand, there may be some minor shifts in titles or employment there, but I think that's something that probably Joe and Anthony can work on best to see if there has to be any real restructure there. But we're open.
So are you open to Anthony and I kind of sitting down, talking about some changes, putting them on paper and then bringing them to the 2 boards for adoption?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the proposal, we started off with really zero experience on this.
Yeah.
So that now that we've got 2 or 3 years of experience, let's see what we've actually learned and see what we need to adjust. So I think you
Great.
and include Jackie and your inspection team and see how we really want to reform this.
Sounds
Joe,
good.
if I might ask John Clemenzi, I have a great interest in that, and this is what I think I was very instrumental in getting the shared service program on the inspectional in place, because we were having a ton of problems with personnel and meeting emergency issues in a timely way and so forth. So I would love to be included into at least the initial meeting, if you wouldn't mind.
That's fine. We can include you in the initial meeting. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Sean, do you want anybody from your Board of Selectmen to be on that meeting, Sean, or?
Anybody interested in being involved in that?
Mm.
You can think about it. I don't want to put
Yeah.
you on the spot right now. So
Yeah, I'll think about it, Sean.
yeah, think about it and let me or Joe know. And kind of the other thing, Joe, at one point, I think last year we got some data from home inspections and all kinds of different stuff. I think, when we start talking about this again, more in depth, really in the next month or so here, because we've got to talk about renewal, that if we could get some of those facts and figures again, to kind of see how much better off we are with the regional service, and what we've benefited from for both towns. I think that would be good to know.
That's right. You're absolutely right. Look at the numbers. The numbers make a huge difference. Number of calls, the amount of time it takes for calls. Hamilton is a much larger town, so obviously it's going to be, proportionate. But it's all the same. It's all the same product and service, mostly service.
Right. And my interest in data is based on a number of calls, kind of fiscally, right? What we're getting in building applications or fines or what it may be, but also in kind of response time. Right. I know when I first moved to town in Hamilton, we had some issues with response time, and I needed the inspector to come in. There was a few days where he just didn't show up, and I think hopefully we've ended that problem. I haven't heard too many complaints, so I think we're keeping up with our appointments and everything like that. So I think that's a positive thing.
Yeah, I've not heard any complaints either. And my background in construction engineering, it gives me a leg up on what the language is and what is the requirements for most all of this type of service.
Darcy, you want to say something?
Yes, I was going to say, is this the inspectional services here just by the 2 towns, or is Manchester involved in it as well? Or not?
Just the 2 of us.
I don't.
Sorry, did you hear that, Darcy? It's just the 2 of us. Why not in Hamilton?
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Any other discussion on this? And so I kind of want to think kind of as we're going through this kind of next steps. So, on our previous item that we talked about, it seems like Jim and John are going to get together and talk a little bit about schedule and next steps for library, and we'll do a little outreach to the library and involve them. On this one, it looks like Anthony and Joe will do some talking, negotiating, and then they'll get back to us with kind of the result of that. And then our 2 boards will discuss the amendments or whatever it may be and discuss renewal at the next point.
Sounds good.
Okay. And then the next one we had was the regional school agreement. And of course, this is another one we kind of have 3 cooks in the kitchen, and one of them isn't here tonight. But there are a couple school committee members on here. But my kind of inkling on this, at least Hamilton, we've talked about the regional school agreement for probably the last 10 years or maybe even more. But we've never really amended it or done much with it. I think the original one was in 1959 and the last update was maybe a decade ago. And there's still things that are way out of date in the agreement. You know, I think it still says we have a town administrator and our government's changed since then. I think there's a bunch of kind of little housekeeping details that would be kind of the lower hanging fruit, but I do think there's some other things that I would like to bake into a new regional agreement. One of them is just with our nominations for school committee. This one I think is kind of a lower hanging fruit, but currently when we do nominations for school committee members, it goes through the school department and the secretary and the superintendent's office. And I think that's kind of interesting, to put it that way. Most times you have to do nomination papers and everything with your town clerk. And it's a very transparent process. And so I guess maybe it's just my personal bias that I think it's a little bit odd that we go through the secretary or the superintendent for our nomination papers. I would much have it be transparent through both of our town clerk's offices.
Agreed.
You know, and then we have the apportionment scale and what our demographics are. You know, I'm sure that's shifted in trying to refigure out that matrix and how it works on whatever rolling average of number of years per community. You know, there's kind of a whole laundry list here that probably some of you can think of or may already know about.
Is there a way we could also have OPEB, like some agreement on getting that done?
Yeah, you know, I think that's usually my stump speech at every annual school committee budget hearing. I stand up and ask, what about OPEB?
Yep.
You know, I think some of those things on some budgetary controls, you know, we had almost a 13% increase last year, or at least an ask for it initially. I think somehow talking about what the towns can bear as far as an increase and putting maybe some type of a number towards what the increase can be per year. I know there's different variables with that, but you know, it's really tough to stomach a 13% increase when both towns are, you know, at their levy limit, and supporting a school budget like that is very difficult for our townspeople, especially with overrides and Prop 2.5, et cetera. So maybe some type of a mechanism with budgeting. You know, it would be a lot easier if we didn't have a regional, because if it was the town of Wenham or the town of Hamilton, it would be within our town budgets and we could just argue amongst ourselves. But we have a school committee and two different towns, so it puts a whole different, you know, dynamic in it.
Well, you're absolutely right, Selectman Farrell. I've long had that's what actually got me involved with the town government, was the school issue back in 2003. And I was just absolutely floored when I found out what the regional school agreement is and the jurisdiction that they have. I mean, they answer to nobody,
Right.
Absolutely nobody. And I find that so just wrong, because they need to answer. For example, I've spoken to my counterparts a couple of times this past year, and on a Saturday we do a budget presentation by all departments. The only one that wasn't there were the schools, and yet they're 50-some% of our budget. That's just not right. They need more accountability to the towns who are paying the bills. And to the comment, the OPEB, you're absolutely right. I mean, the shocking surprise that they hit us with a couple of years ago was just so irresponsible. I was shocked, to say the least. So
Yeah, I mean, in the
you got my
2010
attention.
in the 2010 agreement, there was a requirement for an operational audit, but only for that year. I don't know why it wasn't a reoccurring requirement. So
Yeah.
we need to have that be a reoccurring requirement, have some sort of operational auditor or some sort of oversight.
Right. I mean, I think of when we kind of forced the issue with the Enough is Enough group in Hamilton and Wenham, and we did have an audit, and we found out that the school's E&D, or I can't remember the whole circumstance, but it was over $1 million that they ended up giving back to the towns.
Let me correct you, please.
Yes, please.
We were finally able to get a new auditing firm in there. It was Powers and Sullivan, and Jim Powers found $4 million that had been stuck in E&D or other cash accounts nobody was stealing anything to my knowledge anyways. And $4 million fit right into the plug of they're overcharging us by $2 to $4 million a year. So it's just unconscionable to not have more accountability to the town, first of all, to themselves, but to the town as well. And then the OPEB, you can't just sit there and hope and pray somebody drops, a couple $1 million on you.
Right. And I think the last plan that they had with OPEB, at least the last superintendent, assistant superintendent, their plan was to add $1 million a year for OPEB every year until it was paid off 40 some years from now. And that just is not sustainable.
We need to have some financial controls, and none of the people that compose the board or the superintendent's administration really are looking out for the towns and the financial bottom line. And so it seems to me if we're going to look for accountability, we're going to have to start by populating or adding finance people to the committee somehow. That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, I would really hope for, we've had a little bit more communication over the last couple of years, but I would encourage more kind of early and often, as I like to say, with the FinComs and the schools understanding the constraints of our town operational expenses with just running our towns and our capital plans. And often, unfortunately, it conflicts. And the school committee does what their job is look out for the schools and the students, which everyone thinks is a wonderful thing. But sometimes there's a kind of a tipping point where people just are going to vote down the budget, or it's just going to be unsustainable.
It sounds like, we open up the agreement, but I'm thinking this needs to stay at probably the selectman level. So joint selectmen in the meetings, and then of course, the school committee is going to have to come in on this as well. So,
yes, Gary, just a suggestion. It's something I've thought about for quite a while. And that is, what if we were to have an appointment of one selectman from each town to the school committee?
Or even someone from the FinComs.
FinCom, that's another option, but somebody who represents the town directly, not just a school committee member that happens to have a child or children in the school and they don't have an accountability to things.
well, certainly the schools are a very turbulent time right now with the COVID and so forth, but certainly the long-term budget is upon us, as we saw in Wenham at the previous couple of town meetings, that as we approach the 2.5 cap and so forth, that we really need to look at this. So let's, Sean, let's look at some format to bring the selectmen together and open up this agreement and see what we can do.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good idea, Gary. And I to earlier comments, I don't want to discount the school committee members' kind of fiscal responsibility, because they're paying out of their own pockets too, because they're all community members. So, I hope that they're all being fiscally responsible, but at the same time, they're spending money on our child's education. But, I think they're trying their best, but oftentimes it conflicts with what our views are. So maybe getting a more kind of a roundtable discussion when it comes to that point about what we can kind of pull out of our tax pockets, I guess. And to Gary's comment, I think, we kind of maybe, Gary, if you and I follow up sometime in the next couple of weeks, and maybe we can even figure out just to get together the talk generalities about the agreement, and maybe even we have a subcommittee, or we call in somebody to help us kind of look at it and see what kind of improvements can be made. Maybe our town councils can both take a look at it and see what's outdated, and probably there's some legalese that needs to be adjusted in there with different verbiage and whatnot that bring it up to date. I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so why don't the two of us, we'll set a date, we'll communicate and see when we get together to get a general plan in order.
Can you just I think this is a priority in all of us to sort of open this up and discuss it. Can you, Sean, walk us through what that process would be? I know it's a long process away, but just walk us through what would need to happen for the agreement to sort of be opened back up, negotiated, and signed again. What's that look like?
We're going to need all three parties to agree to it, is my understanding.
Yeah.
And so what my kind of best case scenario would be kind of look at it first blush and see what's outdated in the document that's not relevant anymore. That's kind of the easier part of it, hopefully. And then it's getting into the apportionment part of it. And then anything that we need to add to the document, you know, to John and Bill's comment about adding a member from the select board of the FinCom, and then maybe changing the reporting of the nominations to the town clerk's office for each town, you know, those kind of items like that. And then I guess kind of really taking a look at some of those other things like, I think a few of us mentioned earlier, some kind of almost a cap for raising the budget year to year, or at least over a period of years. You know, maybe you have a 5-year span where you say the total can't add up to more than X% of an increase, you know, so that way it kind of levels that field, you know, like we've done with our free cash over the years. We're stopping, or we stopped and changed our policy of using our free cash to kind of offset the tax rate. So, you know, it works for short term, but it's not a good long-term plan.
Right.
So
Right.
the more we can kind of level that increase, the better we are, you know, the more sustainable it is.
Just, if I just might add a note, I've had the opportunity, and I think, I believe Hamilton Finance Committee has as well, John. I've met with the superintendent and the business manager as a beginning meeting, putting on the table our concerns from the prior year, as you were saying, Sean. Our increase from last year for Wenham was 9.5%, as it finally turned out, and did share with them that that's not a sustainable figure. On the positive side, at least from my view, Mr. Leone, the business manager last year, as he took over, was very responsive and produced reports that we hadn't seen before in the prior several years. So I think there's room for discussion and continued negotiations.
Actually, Jim, I could basically report the same thing on the Hamilton FinCom side. We had a great meeting with them within the last month. You know, sort of more progress was made than has probably been made in the last 4 or 5 years in terms of collaboration with Hamilton's FinCom. So it certainly gives me reason to be optimistic that there will be, you know, further collaboration. We were able to express our concerns and also, you know, go over, you know, the current, you know, within year budget, and go over the financials and ask questions, which was very helpful for us.
Thanks, John. Anybody else comments?
I was just going to comment that I really like the idea of maybe putting sort of neutral parties onto the school committee. I think that would be helpful. I think it's really hard when you're a parent and you want the absolute best for your child. I mean, who doesn't? And it's really hard to think big picture when you know it's your child who's at stake here. So I really think that would help to maybe instill a little more objectivity into financial decisions. So I would definitely endorse that measure.
All right, what's up next then, Sean?
All right, up next, we have discussing the 2022 budget process and capital planning. So, you know, we're in the kind of beginning throes of it here. And I'm sure Wenham is as well, gearing up, and just kind of, I thought it'd be good to kind of talk about our general process, and maybe Joseph can elaborate a little bit, but kind of working together a little bit more on kind of bigger capital items, you know, kind of goes back to schools as well, you know, coordinating with them as far as capital planning. Up until just recently, the school district didn't have much of a capital plan. It was more kind of what I call a laundry list of items that they would like, with not much of a rollout, and things shifted a lot at the last minute with different things over the last couple of years. But coordinating with them in Wenham would be great to kind of think of our bigger ticket items. You know, we have a really big ticket item coming up here at our STM for town hall and bonding and stuff, but, you know, a little bit more kind of talking about those big asks would help our citizens from both towns, because they're going to be kind of paying the same taxes that, to the school and et cetera. So.
Yeah, certainly it seems like the towns have been a little bit reactive to major expenses, whereas we really need to look out, 5, 10, and even 20-year general forecast to see where the big bumps or big hits are going to take. So yes, I think we're very much with you, and I'm very hopeful that our new finance director, Jamie Colon, has background in long-term planning coming out of her previous job. So that's one emphasis we're going to have in Wenham here.
Yeah, and I go back to, I'm going to volunteer Jim and John again here. I think the FinComs in the last handful of years have done a lot better job at kind of cross communications with things, and it sounds like that is going to keep up and be encouraged, because we're two small communities, and every little bit affects us as far as tax rate. So encouraged and often kind of collaboration would be much needed for our kind of fiscal futures.
I mean, we
I
feel
think
the
that-
bumps a little bit more than big cities do.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
So I think the action item is on Jim and John here with the help of the each town's finance director to get some long range planning going. How's that?
Yeah, I
sound?
think once your new person gets their feet kind of landed and they've got a little bit under their belt, then maybe it's a meeting between kind of the powers that be and just kind of a general talk, I think would be good.
All right.
I think I just would suggest also consideration regarding the capital planning group from the schools.
Yes.
It seems to me we have on our plate in the community some significant capital building needs, and maybe they should be weighing in with us at the same time. I know they're looking at school building assistance money and are reapplying for that. I know that they're discussing what to do with the two old, in Hamilton at least, the two old schools. That's a big ticket item coming down the road in X years. I don't know when it's going to happen or if it will, but.
Right.
So maybe John Prulich and I can maybe talk about how to fold in someone from the school committee on a capital process.
Yeah, and we established a capital committee a little over a year ago, Joe, probably. And so, they've done a lot of kind of groundwork for our capital kind of needs and helping us organize those. And I'd welcome John to reach out to them and maybe meet with you guys and talk about Hamilton's kind of capital needs in the next, I think they've got like a 5 to 10 year plan. Stuff to predict farther out, but in speaking about the schools, and to your point, Winthrop school lease is coming up fairly shortly in the grand scheme of things. And we've talked for a while about, maybe a new facility at the Cutler School area and absorbing the Winthrop kids into that Cutler school, and then kind of reclaiming the Winthrop area for some kind of downtown development. That's kind of in the works, but it's 10 plus years out, I'm sure. And our next agenda item, I'm going to kind of slide into that, is talking about our master plan and our health reorganization. So just to talk kind of master planning, I'm sure we'll be reviewing that Winthrop school area pretty in depth, because, if that changes to a commercial area for us or housing, that's really going to be a big thing for Hamilton. So that would be on all the radars as far as future planning for the next 10 or 15, 20 years even. I forget what I was going to say about the master plan. Joe, do you want to say anything about the master plan?
One thing I would say is that, this might be a good time to ask the board of the Wenham Board of Selectmen if you could, agree to work with Hamilton as we pursue our master plan. I know that when we put forward the article for this special town meeting asking for the funding for it, our FinCom and myself, we were all very eager that Wenham participate in some way at whatever level you can, because we do so much together that for us to go off and plan completely without you would be leaving out some important parts. That said, the master plan is for Hamilton's growth and Hamilton's future at whatever level the community decides. So we do need to do the process anyway, but we would love to have your input and participation. And so if you could agree that, you'll assign some resources to plug into our master planning process should we get the funds. I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch, but should we get the funds at special town meeting on Saturday, we'd love to have your participation in that process.
Yeah, we just feel that we've got such kind of common shared services and goals. I think of the governor's complete streets policy, we adopted recently, and we've, sidewalks and road stuff going from Hamilton to Wenham, making that more of a kind of robust pedestrian area could help what little downtown Wenham has, and encourage our downtown as well if we had kind of a better joining between the two communities there.
So Anthony, we got the resources to provide inputs, because certainly we don't want to have duplicate work going on here. So I think we can probably do that.
Yeah, normally part of the master plan process, you have a lot of citizen involvement. So maybe it's a matter of, as they're going through different aspects of their master plan, that they reach out to our various boards and support their mission and their goals in those areas.
They could certainly join rec, and as you said, the roads, there are a lot of interfaces between the two towns, obviously, that we want to work together to go the most rational way.
Well, we have the pool and the rec center and the library, and
right.
all of those things are going to need roofs at some point. So if we start planning for it now.
Right.
Well, Darcy, we two towns, and I think the schools were involved as well, about 10 years ago, had a capital plan committee that looked at all the boilers, roofs, buildings, painting, et cetera, et cetera. It ended up falling apart after 5 or 7 years, whatever it was. But I think you're absolutely right. You can't let capital just blow up in your face, because I remember when Cutler had a 65-year-old boiler, and all of a sudden it became a panic in the fall, right and heading into winter. And what are you going to do with a $1.2 million expense?
Right. I know we had a fairly recent facilities review. Gary, do you know, or Anthony, if Wenham has had a facilities review in the recent past?
I'm not sure, Gary.
No,
John.
I don't think, certainly not within their recent past. But,
no, we've been doing some piecemeal stuff with lighting and so forth, but not actually something significant.
Yeah. And I don't know if the school has recently or not. I know we've done a lot of work at Winthrop School, and Bucher had some work done to it last year, but I don't know if we've had a facilities assessment in the recent past. I think that'd be something that we should look into, because that would help us with all of our capital planning needs. We would know kind of how long we have life of which boiler or which roof, and that would help us plan all those kind of future things.
Quite so.
So kind of next steps on that is maybe when we kind of get a little farther into our master plan process, if it passes at our STM, we'll reach out again to Wenham and see kind of what we can do to be involved with our shared services and kind of facilities and capital planning stuff. That would be great.
Absolutely.
Yes, all the intersection points we ought to take a look at, whether it's roads or facilities or whatever. So
right.
That's good.
Right. Any comments?
About your Board of Health?
Oh, yes. That was the next thing up. We were talking about reorganizing our Board of Health. And Joe, can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, it's really more a reorganization of the operation of the departmental operations, not the board itself, but the people who work in the department. As you can well imagine, as I'm sure you've experienced in Wenham, when the pandemic hit, we had precious few people to be able to dedicate to our response. We were lucky, and the people that we did have in many cases, but in the process of going through the pandemic, we've burned them out. We've lost some important people. We're going to need to rebuild how we deliver health services, and I think we need to take a page or take a lesson from this most recent ongoing emergency and figure that we need to align our resources a little bit differently. So we're looking at creating kind of a health and human services type of department where we are really paying attention to the health needs, the public health needs of the parts of our community that are most are most in need of those services. Do a little bit more focus on that and a little less focus on inspection side of things. We can probably get a little bit better bang for our buck. So as we're going through that, and we look at whenever we're looking at the possibility of making some investment, we always look to see if Wenham wants to join along with us, or if you have interest in doing the same. It may come out that you don't want to, and we'll go off on our own, or we'll find a different partner. But we certainly wanted to mention it to you first before we talk to anybody else. And it's something that'll be starting here very shortly, probably in the week or two after our special town meeting here this week. I'm gonna call for the department heads that are involved to start getting together and discussing what our needs are, and then we'll develop a way to get some more input from the community so we hit the high points. But wanted to see what your interest was in this regard.
Fully interested, as far as I'm concerned, as a selectman. We have a lot of commonalities. Yeah, we have shared services up to the waist at this point. It doesn't mean we have to share more services, but if we work together to identify what the needs are, maybe there's common purchasing power. Maybe there's, some other, common areas of benefit.
Yeah, I mean, I think in our not so recent past, both of our council on agings were aligned, and now we have
That's
two
right.
separate kind of entities. Maybe thinking of some of those types of things, again, might be worth a revisit to see if it's beneficial to both of us.
Yeah, because you fill a bus of 48 much easier with two towns than you do with one town.
Any other comments on any other items that we talked about tonight, or anything that we didn't cover tonight? All right, I think we've got
The
some
only
big
update
next-
I was looking for was the street light. Are they adding a street light in Wenham?
Oh yeah, or adding the street light, is that happening?
Where are you talking about?
Oh, you mean the Main Street renovation?
Yeah.
Oh, street lights, meaning
So-
stop and go.
Stoplights, yeah, stoplight.
Oh,
Traffic
okay.
light.
Yeah.
All right, so we're at the, Anthony, back me up on this, but we're at the 25% design level. But,
Not quite. Yeah, not quite. They're working on it. So right now, the engineering firms come up with a plan that was approved by the community, and they're working towards design to get it up to the 25% design. But if you go on our website, there is the prints of what's going on there, and the lights at Cherry proposed that it's Cherry and Friend Court.
Yes.
Yeah, Friend or Arbor, yep.
A Friend and Arbor, yeah.
Well, this is a
Part of
long
with that,
project. What Anthony
It's-
was, 2 years plus still on the schedule before we really make any dirt turnover.
Oh, yeah, easy. So they'll bring it up to the 25% design probably by spring, May. And then at that point, there's probably another 2 or 3 years before you even see a shovel in the ground over there. So
Is this
this,
project?
what's Joe?
Is this a TIP project through Mass DOT?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, you got. If you're only at
Long time
25%
ago.
design, if you're only at 25, have they even programmed you onto the TIP yet?
No, we're not at 25. They're bringing it up to 25%. So we're on there as far as moving it along, but there's still a long way to go.
Yeah. If you're not at 25%, you're probably at least 3 to 5 years out.
Yeah.
Although smaller projects, depending on the size of the project, a lot of times what happens with a TIP, they program out the vast majority of money and they have little bits aside. So if the whole project's going to cost less than a certain amount, they may move you forward because in a given year, they might have some funding left over once they've taken care of all the big projects. You
That's
might move
right.
up on a small project like that. The
That's right.
25% design usually means you're about 3 years plus away. So.
Right, that's right, Joe. And that's why communities try to bring their plans up to 25% design and hope there's a little pot of money that fits in that they might throw your project in there if it meets their financial plan.
Right.
But it would be, to Sean, to your comments, it's a complete streets project too, so, which would include bike lanes and,
Right, the whole thing.
yeah.
And for what it's worth to Hamilton, We need this very desperately because in Wenham, it is a 50-mile-an-hour road, 50-plus-mile-an-hour road. I experience it on a daily basis, and I'll tell you, somebody will be getting killed out here before much longer. So if we can slow it down here, it'll help you guys over in Hamilton until the train comes.
Yep.
Right.
Where do you keep those type of documents on your website?
Oh, if you go to the town administrator page, Bill, you should find it under there.
Great, thank you.
And the way that these lights work too is that they're only going to be working, in other words, calling for a red light if there's somebody actually at the intersection. So other than that,
Got the
it'll be a
sensors.
continuous green on 1A.
Right.
Okay.
It's like the intersection in Cherry Street at the end, right? That's a sensor light as well by the Richdale. Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Any other comments?
There's a lot of traffic waiting at that intersection though, isn't there, to get out? What's the wait time going to be on the light to trip?
Are you talking about 1A or Cherry Street?
Well, on Cherry Street, there tends to be a lot of people trying to get out onto 1A from Friend.
It moves from Friend. Yeah, that's where part of the big part of the problem is trying to exit from the town hall and Friend Court, the fire station, the police station. There is a lot of traffic trying to get out, and it's just so difficult because you've got essentially a 5-way intersection there with people trying to even get into the church parking lot at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, I think we covered quite a bit of territory tonight. And so thanks for the invitation to come over and start these discussions.
Yeah, I want to say
Yeah,
thank you to Gary, you and John. We really appreciate you being open for the meeting, and we hopefully this kind of collaboration continues. I think it's only going to benefit the both of us.
Yeah, certainly
We need more
budget times for sure.
For sure. John, were you saying something?
Yeah, I just said we need more of it. We're all going through a very difficult time. This pandemic, my explanation about the COVID-19 is when you talk to somebody, you don't know if you're talking to somebody whose head's about to explode because they're so upset, so anxious, so overwhelmed with having their kids at home, et cetera, or they're just realist and they're okay with things. And it's not easy to communicate. It's not easy to shared services. It's not easy to, even have holiday functions. I mean, the governor's going to close Thanksgiving or Christmas, or who knows?
All right.
Anyways, thank you so much. You're right, Gary.
Anything else? Otherwise, I'll close.
Adjourn.
Yep. So let me, if I got John's concurrence, we'll adjourn the Wenham Board of Selectmen meeting for the evening.
So moved.
All right. Aye and aye.
Aye.
All right. We're good.
Thank you so
We're
much
done.
for joining us.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thanks, Anthony.
Bye.
Thank you,
All
Jim.
righty.
Okay, everybody.
Thanks, Jim.
John will be in touch.
Sounds good, Jim.
Okay, thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Sean, we skipped over the public comment section, so we should go back to that before we proceed with other things.
Yeah. Any public comments on any of the things for anybody that's online? I apologize that we didn't get it before Wenham adjourned. Anna, go ahead.
Thank you, Sean. Thanks, Bill. Thanks, everybody. I think this is the right place to talk about this. I wanted to address the question of not allowing children at town meeting. Is that something that's going to come up later in the agenda, or should I make my comment now?
I'll allow you to make it now. Usually do that during the public comment section, but I don't know if we have gotten there or we've passed it yet.
That's what I said.
That's what
That's what my comment was, Sean, is that we.
That's what your comment was.
we skipped
All right,
it.
so I'll entertain public comment. So go
Okay.
ahead.
May I make a public comment about the not having children at town meeting?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to, I'm not sure who to direct this to exactly, but there has been legitimate, I think legitimate concern that especially parents and voters of school-age children do not always attend town meetings, especially if the school budget is not on the ballot. And I think that's been a fair concern. So I have been trying to build interest in getting more civic involvement, but this this prohibition against not having children into town meeting and not having childcare because of the pandemic, which totally makes sense. It now puts, once again, parents in a really awkward position where I would like to bring my children so that I can go to town meeting, but I understand it could be disruptive. But I just want to point out, it is sort of, again, and I don't think it's truly intentional, but it is a disenfranchisement of voters with children because there's no place for me to take them. And I'm wondering about the legality of it. If I actually show up at town meeting with my children in tow with things to keep them occupied and quiet, would I be barred from entering town meeting?
What's your thoughts,
Well,
Joe?
There has been disenfranchisement at the first ATM with the COVID because a lot of the elderly felt they couldn't come. I don't know how people's personal preferences. I don't know. That's a tough question because it seems like everyone's being disenfranchised because of the COVID.
But there's no prohibition that says senior citizens are not allowed to attend. I mean, I think actually everyone is taking risk for COVID. But
So can I so rather than again go back and forth, generally public comment is for comments to be made. We don't necessarily go back and forth on it. To the extent that town council may want to weigh in, Tom is here tonight. I don't think that it encompasses disenfranchisement, in my opinion, because children aren't voting members of town meeting. Town meeting is for voting members of the public to come and participate in the government. It's not for children. I know the town has gotten into the habit over the last several years of trying to offer childcare to encourage parents to come, but that's certainly not a requirement. In fact, I know of no other towns that offer childcare to encourage people with children to attend town meeting. Generally, that's up to the parents to figure out their childcare options. In the environment that we're in, with having to do it in a tent outdoors on a football field in mid-November, not really sure what the weather conditions are going to be. I've arranged for an overflow tent for people who want to participate, who can't wear masks for medical reason. I don't have staff to watch children or keep track of them. And if we allow children onto the town meeting floor in an environment where we have to limit the number of people by 6 feet increments, then we're going to be keeping people who are voting members of town meeting out of town meeting. That's my concern. Tom, am I on bad legal footing here? I think that we're trying to make sure that we're providing the safest environment possible for town meeting to happen.
That's our legislature. That's how we get things done. That's our legislature.
Tom, you want to comment?
Sure. So I'm not aware of any towns that offer childcare services for purposes of town meeting. It's really up to the individual parents who wish to attend town meeting, typically to arrange for childcare if both parents, for example, wish to do so, or if there was some sort of a conflict that would require one parent to, if one of the parents or both parents weren't available for whatever reason, or you didn't have some other childcare options. But typically, that's not something that the town provides. It is pretty rare in my experience, and I've probably been to probably a couple hundred town meetings at this point, to see children at all at town meeting. Occasionally you do. I don't know that it would be, I'd have to look at it a little bit further to see whether or not you could ban essentially a child from coming into town meeting with a parent. I think they probably could, as generally speaking, town meetings are open to the public. So, typically, if you're not a town resident and you just wish to go to Hamilton's town meeting, for example, you could do so and sit in the visitors section. So I don't know that it would really be the town would be on strong legal footing to exclude children from town meeting. Certainly, you can encourage people not to bring their children, and to the extent that someone was disruptive at town meeting, the moderator would have the ability to have them removed. But generally speaking, parents, towns do not typically provide childcare during the course of town meetings. It's fairly unusual. It's a nice service to be able to provide if you are able to do so, certainly, but it's not. It's definitely not the norm.
Yeah, Joe, I think we need to move on from this, and we can revisit if we want to issue out another statement, but I don't think we should. It's not on the agenda right now. It has to be a discussion. So
yeah, and Ann, I apologize. I don't want to get into too much discussion on it because it's not on the agenda.
Okay.
But
I'll email some corrective thoughts. There are some towns that have been allowing and providing it. I can provide some resources
Yeah,
to that
we're
effect.
not going to do it though. So, but we're going to move
I
on
know.
from this. And
All right. Thank you for hearing my objection.
Thank you for sending. We'll think it internally. We'll issue a new directive if we want to. But no, it was a good discussion. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So up next we have reviewing the ATM script. And
Is public comment still open?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, Tosh Blake, Hamilton resident, Sagamore Street. I do have a question about the Town Hall building project, 2-8. There is some language in it that, just want to be clarified, or maybe you can help me on this. It says, if this passes, it'll authorize the planning board, the Board of Selectmen, to apply for and accept any federal, state, and/or grants or loans available to the project, and to enter into any and all agreements related thereto. My concern is, depending on who's in charge of the federal government and possible strings that may be attached to grant money, if the town decides to seek funding beyond, raising money within the town, does that potentially open up the town to any conditions that may be surprising to Hamilton residents if, for the purpose of, renovating the town hall, we actually have to, be subject to development that the federal government might decide to, in addition, in exchange for accepting federal money, that we may not want. That's happened before in other places where, like in 2013, Westchester County accepted federal funds from, it was under the Obama administration for various things in Westchester County. And then under the housing, the HUD under Obama, they said, well, now you have to build, all this affordable housing that we want you to have in town because you took the money. And I think the people who entered that agreement originally didn't understand that was coming, and it was a big mess and it was a big fight. So I just want to make sure that accidentally or for whatever reason, we don't get into some kind of agreement with either the federal government or state agencies that might be detrimental to the town just to get the money. So I'm thinking that language, I don't know if you can amend it or strike it or clarify it, that'd be great. I'm not sure what your thoughts on that are. Anyway.
Great question. I'm not sure I personally know the answer. Joe, if you want to answer it or you want to follow up offline.
Again, I'm not sure how much we're supposed to get into back and forth in public comment period, but I would say because town meetings this week, I don't believe that we haven't applied. I'll take that back. It's not, I don't believe. We have not applied for any grants, nor do we anticipate receiving any grants from the state or federal government for the town hall. In fact, we have done a search and there are no grants that we know of. So I believe the language in the language that's in the warrant article is more or less required by law when we enter into a large construction project. On the off chance that we are going to be accepting grants, we have to have in there. Tom, do you want to clarify a little bit for me on the wording on 2-8? But I believe it's just kind of pro forma language that we include, especially when we're contemplating a borrowing, and it would also cover our ability to have the town to have the Board of Selectmen sign off on the borrowing and stuff. We're not anticipating taking any federal grant money or state grant money on this project. In fact, we don't know of any grants that are available for town halls. So.
Right. My concern is that it does, though, if you take it at its word, it does leave open the possibility that these grants could be applied for and accepted. And we don't know what the conditions of these grants are. So it's kind of, I think to me, it's far too riskily, it's too much risk and open it to risk. If someone decides, oh, we'll just take this grant, and maybe innocently think, oh, well, this money's great. The federal government.
You do the due diligence to make sure. That's what we're here for.
Right.
That's
So maybe I could ask you, since we've on our last kind of comment, we got into more discussion, and I sadly wouldn't mind the discussion, but I don't want to get into it since our public comment is just a comment section. So I would ask you to follow up maybe with Joe. Send an email. Joe Demelowitz. You can, if you see him online.
The town manager?
Yeah, the town manager. Follow up with our town manager. And hopefully he and our town council can answer your questions, hopefully to your satisfaction, and have you make an informed decision.
Right. But there's no way to amend that language before the vote coming up coming up this Saturday?
There's no way to amend it prior to, but people have amended language on the floor as long as through town council and the moderator.
Okay, so if I were to do that on Saturday, I would make a motion to, as a citizen, to amend the language to strike it, or and maybe have discussion. I guess I don't know if there's discussion. Okay. All right. It's good to know. Because I just, in case you guys weren't aware, that is kind of a risky bit of language that could open you up to surprises, just in case. I know you said you're not looking for any loans right now or don't know of any even available for this kind of thing, but I know that depending on who's in charge of the federal government, they are interested in giving towns money so they can have their own development ideas of how towns like Hamilton should be like, and you could have all kinds of nasty fights about that. So I want to avoid that kind of accidental Trojan horse type of stuff.
All right.
No, good point.
Joe, did you hold on
Thank
one
you for bringing
second?
it to our
Joe, did you want to say
attention,
something?
Well, I don't want to, Bill, did you want to say something? I don't
No, I
want
just said, no, it's good information. Thank you for bringing, that's what this section's for. So
I would say that I would say that there's a real low, there's a very tiny probability of this at this point, because we've identified what we want the funding sources to be. The funding sources are entirely from town accounts, the CPA for $3 million, and the remainder from the town's general fund through borrowing. And the tight window in construction that would need to be held to, because we've got the bids and the bids are only good for a certain amount of time, means that we wouldn't even have time to apply for any kind of outside funding, much less win approval and award of it. When if the question is successful at town meeting on Saturday, it was 3 weeks till the special election debt exclusion question, and then if both of those are successful, we're off and running. We're trying to move out of the building in January. So,
okay.
Chances are probably slim to none, and Slim's out of town.
Okay, good. I'm good. Good to hear. I'm glad.
No opportunity to even apply for, much less go through the process of applying for and getting awarded and everything else. We'd be
excellent. Okay.
way down the track with the funding in place through our borrowing. So, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's good. So, yeah, I guess just keep it in house. I guess my intent, but that's great. Okay, good to hear about that. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment before we move on? Okay. As I was saying before, sorry about that. Review of our STM script. We have Tom McEnany online, as we all know. And Joe, if you want to post that up for us.
Post it up. Okay. Is Bill Buller on? I didn't see him here tonight. I know he was invited. But I can always go over whatever you folks decide with him and Tom as we get closer to town meeting. So.
Yeah, so I guess the purpose of this kind of reviewing the warrant here is just kind of figuring out what everybody's saying and who's saying it, or who we're introducing to speak to it, right? So I think pretty much the beginning is pretty much boilerplate. What's that, Darcy? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was going to say it's self-explanatory.
Yes, yeah, right.
Into the actual warrant, okay. Tom, you're on, right? Are you unmuted, Tom?
I am, yes.
Okay.
All right, and so Joe, do you want to explain the consent motion stuff that we figured out?
I'm actually going to let Tom do it, because Tom actually thinks he found a way to include everything anyway. Tom, I had let Sean know that we might have to amend this, but it seems like you have got it figured out. So I'll let you explain this here.
Okay, thanks, Joe. So the consent agenda, the motion is typically, there'll be a motion made to include certain articles in the consent agenda. So with respect to the articles that get included, there are a couple things that we want to have happen. One is we want, generally speaking, the articles to be the same quantum of vote, so that they're all, for example, majority votes, as opposed to some that require a supermajority, 2/3, 4/5, 9/10, whatever it may be, in the event that it's not passed unanimously. And then second is that for any articles that are included, particularly articles that involve funding, the article itself will need to include a specific dollar amount and specific funding source. So in looking at the articles, and again, the consent agenda, as we all know, is used for articles that are typically going to involve little to no discussion and are generally non-controversial. And so here, the first four articles, the articles 2-4, 2-9, 210, and 211, all are articles that involved funding. And the articles themselves, when you look at the article 2-4, 2-9, 2-10, and 2-11, the articles had multiple funding options, which is perfectly appropriate and perfectly kind of normal at the time when you're drafting the warrant. If you don't know whether you're going to use free cash or some other transfer or other available funding source, or whether you're going to raise and appropriate the money, which was the case here. So, and they also sometimes will not include the specific dollar amount because you don't necessarily know exactly what the appropriation is going to be at the time when the warrant is prepared. So here, with respect to say like Article 2-4 or 2-9, for example, it had multiple funding sources without a specific dollar amount associated with the purchase. So what I did for purposes of drafting the motion, in order to keep these non-controversial, relatively small dollar items in the consent agenda, I drafted the motion so that it would include the identification of a specific funding source and dollar amount for each of those articles. So that satisfies kind of DOR's requirement that you have a specific funding source and dollar amount associated with each article and purchase in this case, and also allows us to keep it in the consent agenda given the non-controversial nature of these relatively small ticket items. Any questions at all?
I don't think so. I'm glad that we could kind of recombine, because that's going to help us a lot instead of having to go through each of those individually.
Who would you want to read this? Who should the moderator identify somebody to read the motion?
Anybody want to volunteer? And feel free at any point to say, hey, I'll do this one, or I don't want to do this one, or go pound sand, whatever you
What about FinCom? Are they going to be taking some of these financial questions?
Is John still on?
Yeah, no, I'm still on, Sean. Yeah, we're happy to move, certainly any of the financial articles or anything that needs someone to move an article. Some of them will want to have, some limited discussion on as well. They may have to be placeholders for the next couple of days. We're meeting on Wednesday. I don't want to put someone's name next to something that.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Don't want to do, but yeah, we're happy to certainly help out.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, on this one, I believe in looking at the script from the annual town meeting, this one was moved by one of the selectmen.
Yeah, I think it was. And I think what we can do to Darcy's point and John's comment on like, I think this article, there's no real discussion needed. So I think, if one of the select board moves it, I think that's fine, but there's going to be probably some articles that the FinCom may want to speak to. So that would be more appropriate for them to move the motion and then speak to it. So if somebody wants to volunteer on the select board to make this motion, I'd totally welcome it.
Yeah, Sean, I will do whatever everyone you want to do. I would like to help out at town meeting. I have no one that I favor to make motion on. So put me down for anyone that you need me to.
All right, why don't you be our consent motion hero in speeding town meeting along? You can take all the credit for a short meeting. How's that?
Perfect.
And if it backfires, it's all your fault. All right, so Bill will move this one. And I don't think we need to recognize anybody. And Bill, you just be ready to just say, a brief, whatever they are, if you want to explain them a little bit, what the bills are. And
okay.
Yeah, and I believe there's some language below where it says discussion with the line. And I think it was Jeff who moved this at the annual town meeting. And the statement follows, which is just a brief explanation of what the consent agenda is all about.
Right.
Okay.
All right, 2-1 prior years bills. That one's in the consent.
That one is not actually.
Actually, it's not.
Because that one is 9/10 vote on that one.
Right. John, do you guys want to cover this one?
Sure, yeah, put that down as a FinCom one.
Okay.
And if you want to put my name on it for now, What we normally do is when we divide up our commentary, we have the person who was primarily responsible for the commentary for the article, do the motion and discussion.
Okay.
It doesn't work very well because other people move other articles. Some get shoved to the consent agenda. So
right.
we'll put placeholders for the people that wrote the commentary, but we may move that around on Wednesday.
Okay.
But this one was mine, so you can put my name next to it
Okay.
for motion and discussion. Although discussion, I think would be pretty
Right. Probably not much discussion.
Right.
All right. 2.
Are we missing an article? This says it went from 2 to 1 to 2, 3.
There's 2 2-3s, I think. So it's
Oh, okay.
That's sorry, there's a typo there.
That's okay. Okay.
So it's 2 2's the capital expenditures, 2 3 is the prior year's bill. Is that right?
No, 2 3 is the water
2
treatment
1
plant.
is prior.
Water
Yeah.
treatment. So 2 1 is the prior year bills. Okay. So
Okay.
see it all at the same time. All right. So capital expenditures.
We're also, it might be great for FinCom to move this one as well.
I think that's fine and appropriate. Does anybody else feel strongly? Okay.
I did actually have a comment on this one, Mr. Chairman. So when you look at Appendix A lists out a number of different projects that are part of the overall kind of capital plan. However, there are only a handful of projects that are being funded through this article. So I drafted the motion, which I included a comment on for some discussion here, to specifically identify the projects that are being voted on by town meeting, because town meeting obviously is only the appropriating body here. So there are several projects that are included within the kind of operating budget of various departments. And then there were several, it also had the town hall building project on there as well, which is obviously the subject of separate warrant articles. So
Right.
I just wanted to make sure that we were clear in terms of how we wanted to identify the projects for which we are seeking an appropriation through this article. So I don't know how the version of the warrant that I printed out it was kind of color coded so that the free cash articles were shown in a blue kind of color.
Yeah.
So we could do it like that, or we could specifically identify the projects in question that are going to be funded through this $415,000 appropriation from free cash, or I don't really have a strong preference how we do it. I just want to make sure that what gets voted on at town meeting is clear, that we're only funding the specific projects listed in Appendix A that are identified as being funded by free cash.
Right. John, what do you think? Do you think mentioning it when the motion's made and in the discussion?
Yeah, because I mean, we would plan in the discussion to go through each of the line items and just briefly talk about what they are.
I think that's fine. And if you just reiterate that it's not everything on that
It's
page.
not everything,
just the free
exactly.
cash.
Yep.
I think that would be sufficient. What does everybody else think? I see Darcy nodding her head. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I can't see everybody, so I can't see everybody nodding their head. I apologize.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, Jamie. All right. So I think that's a plan then. If you're fine with that, John, I think that's a good plan.
Yeah, totally fine with that.
All right. 2 3, the water treatment plant. If anybody wants to, they're more than welcome to move it. I'll move it if nobody else wants to. And then I would imagine we'll have Tim with some discussion there, Joe.
Yep. We can have Tim available. Yes.
Okay. So I'll move that one.
Okay.
Okay. Next question.
Next
So the
one.
next one is in the next one is on the consent agenda. So on on the chance that it gets held, who would be the mover?
You just have FinCom do it.
I can do anything again that if I don't get it passed the first time, I'll get it passed the second time.
You're gonna be your own backup, Bill?
So am I writing down Bill or FinCom there?
You want to arm wrestle over it, Bill?
It doesn't matter. I'm here to help, so whatever makes sense.
Let's have FinCom do it because it's a revolving fund and they can discuss what the revolving fund is. A lot of people don't understand a revolving fund, so a brief overview if they need it would be good.
Yeah, we're happy to do it on as a backup.
All right, the community preservation articles. I can move those, and then or Jay Butler. I think I have to make the motion, and then I can have Jay Butler address them. He told me today he's going to be at town meeting now, so he can handle that.
Yeah, we will need to have a report from CPC in order to have town meeting take action on these articles. So I think
Joe, could you follow up with Jay on that? He's usually pretty good about it, but maybe just a reminder.
Yep.
And I'll move both of those articles. 2.6 and 2.5, and unless anybody's opposed to it.
Nope.
And then 2.7 is the first town hall one, and we talked about kind of
Actually, Sean, if you mind going back for a second. So you're gonna move 2.5 and 2.6, but in terms of discussion, is it just gonna be Jay on the discussion, or especially really 2.6, since the FinCom and BOS?
Yeah, I was just wondering the same thing. Since the CPC moved it forward, but the FinCom and the Board of Selectmen both voted unfavorably on this. So I know that you're also on the CPC, Sean, but it'd be a little weird for you to move favorable action when
that's true.
When you're chairman of the body that voted against it.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe FinCom can move it and talk to it after Jay does. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for 2-6. Why don't we plan on that?
Yep.
Did FinCom also recommended unfavorable action though, too?
Yeah.
On that one.
So
Jay, we were just talking about discussion, not.
Yeah, that's fine. Anybody can move it, and for purposes of discussion, I think that's fine. So,
yeah.
Okay. So, who's going to move that? Is there anybody been identified from FinCom yet, or not yet?
I guess let's back up a second here because I'm confusing myself. I think so. On 2.6, both of our boards recommended unfavorable action. It doesn't really matter, I don't think, who moves it, because then the discussion will be why we chose unfavorable action, and Jay will also say why the CPC recommended bringing it to town meeting. So, I mean, I could still move the article, but then I could recognize, Jay to talk to it for CPC, and then we could also recognize either someone from the Board of Selectmen or FinCom to speak to it. Thoughts?
FinCom did a very good, very nice explanation in the book, the warrant article book. So maybe they could just kind of give that same explanation.
How do you feel about that, John?
No, that'd be great. Yeah. No, I mean, we spent a long time discussing it, so happy to give our view on it.
And so then I guess is kind of a point of order, Tom. When I recognize Jay Butler, the chair of the CPC, to speak to this article, and then when Jay's done, would I then recognize the FinCom to speak?
Well, so technically it's going to be the moderator who will do the will recognize. So if you're the person who's going to make the motion on the article, you would make the motion, and then the moderator will then presumably call on you first as the person who moved the article to have the first kind of say. And then in the script, we can include a prompt for Bill to recognize both FinCom as well as the CPC. So we can identify John Prulich, for example, from FinCom as the person who's going to speak on this article, and Jay Butler from CPC, or if there's a different representative from CPC who's going to speak. And
Well, then
then,
to that, Tom, would it just be cleaner to have John or FinCom move the article and then they can speak directly to it?
That's
Instead
fine
of kind
either
of going
way.
back and forth with introductions and stuff. I'm just thinking of essence of time.
Yes.
Sure, that's fine. I wasn't sure if the Board of Selectmen, since the Board of Selectmen had also would made a recommendation, which was included in the warrant, whether someone from the board would also discuss it at town meeting.
No, I think we're kind of, in the same line as FinCom's opinion on it.
And remember, FinCom is the advisory board, so.
Right. So maybe then let's have John make the motion, and then he can speak to it, and then we can have John recognize Jay Butler to speak to it for the CPC, and then we can have whatever discussion from townspeople and make the vote.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, 2-7. So we had spoken about doing a presentation with Mike, and I don't know if Mike's still on.
Didn't we talk to about maybe having somebody make a motion to join 2-7 and 2-8 for the purposes of discussion?
Yeah.
Because both 2-7 and 2-8 are involved around the same conversation.
Right. So let's discuss then who will make the motion to combine so that we can kind of make make it happen, I guess, make the presentation happen.
So will there be a separate piece of the script to talk about joining the motions?
Yes, I can include that in there.
Yeah. So maybe it's a little addendum there that's in between that one of us will stand up and make the motion to combine the two. Maybe I would say maybe Darcy or Rosie, if you guys want to do that, since you're on the town hall building committee, if you wanted to make a motion to look at both of those for the presentation purpose.
Yeah.
And does Drayton Fair also have a presentation?
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. He has. So though, I think, Darcy, this is just to combine the motions. Whomever of us speaks would not be giving the presentation. That will be Mike and that will be Drayton. And then if we wanted to speak afterwards, I think that's what we had discussed in the town hall building committee.
Yeah. So this would be basically an ask so we could have the presentation to speak to both of the articles. So.
Right. So, and that's right. So it would be a motion essentially to just join the discussion for the two articles for purposes of kind of streamlining it. However, there would still be separate votes on each article.
And so, yeah, Tom, if you could write that in the script and make it perfectly clear, because in the past, sometimes we've had confusion at town meeting on what people are voting on with different motions and amendments. So we just want to make sure we're really clear that the combining is just for the presentation and not the articles.
Darcy, I don't hear you jumping up. I'll volunteer unless you want to.
Well, I'm fine. I'm going to try to keep my mouth shut with wear my mask.
All right. So Rosie will make that kind of combined motion there for discussion.
I know you have Mike and Tim Olson both on the phone on the line here. Do you want to talk to them about the way the presentation lays out?
Yeah, that'd be great. And I apologize to Tim and Mike. I can't see on my screen because of the presentation, but if you guys want to kind of chime in about presentation and length and what we can do to help you guys out.
Yeah, what we were talking about doing was having the CPC, and I guess Jay will be there and he will speak to that. And then I was planning on doing a 2-minute lead in and then Drayton doing a 5-minute presentation with slides. And then we would hope to have one or two other building committee members just speak briefly in support and then open it up for discussion.
Okay. I think that sounds good to me. Go ahead, Rosie.
And at some point, FinCom, I think it'd be Nick Tenson from FinCom would love to chime in too and explain our recommendation.
My only question was time just gets away from you. But is it too late to request that one particular slide be added to the presentation, unless it's already there? To my knowledge, the slide is not there that I would like to speak to. And so I don't know, I guess, I don't know if Bill's there or not to ask that question also.
I don't think he's on, is he, Joe?
Bill who?
Bill Bowler.
Bill Bowler.
Oh, he's not. No, the presentations haven't been turned over to the moderator yet. So I believe Town Hall Building Committee, when they meet tomorrow, are going to finalize their presentation.
Right.
So Rosie, I'd say you could probably talk to them tomorrow to make sure the slide that you want to speak to is a part of that presentation.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
I know, I've seen the presentation and that particular slide is not, but I think it would maybe have some impact. So I will just check with the rest of the committee
Yeah,
tomorrow.
I'd follow up with the committee tomorrow and then follow up with Bill Bowler or
Okay.
that maybe seem like you need to if the presentation hasn't been turned in yet. So you can adapt it.
Thank you.
All right. And so then after the presentation, Tom, do we need anything to get back to kind of regular session?
No, at that point, somebody would need to obviously make a motion with respect to Article 2-7, which is already included in the script. So we would need, again, because this one is a CPC article, we'll need a recommendation from CPC with respect to the article. But otherwise, no, there wouldn't really be anything else. It would just the discussion purpose, for discussion purposes, any debate would just be consolidated. So I would anticipate that when we get to Article 2-8, that the moderator probably will not be allowing any further discussion since it would all be encompassed in that joint discussion with both articles.
Right. All right. Does anybody want to make that motion?
Which one?
2-7.
That's the CPC funds.
CPC one, yeah.
Darcy?
Oh, yes. Okay. I'm sorry.
I guess maybe with Darcy and Rosie. Rosie, you're making the motion to combine the two for presentation. I could make 2-7 if somebody else wants to make 2-8. One of you two ladies.
I'll do 2-8.
Okay. And then John, do you want to be? Does FinCom want to be recognized on both of these, or how do you want to do that?
Well, assuming we combine discussion, I think we would just want to be recognized on the one
On the first
discussion.
Okay.
And that's with Nick.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll move 2-7. Darcy will move 2-8.
Do you know what? I just wanted to add a comment here that, so combining the two motions is for the purpose of just making the presentation, but there
We're
may
not,
be.
well, let me stop you. We're not combining the two motions. We're combining
No.
the presentation.
Discussion.
Right. No, I'm sorry, I misspoke, but I understand that's what we're doing. So we can make the presentation for purposes of both of them. But then we just said that there might not be too much discussion. I think that there might be, because I think there might be different questions pertaining to CPC funding versus the bonding funding. So I don't think we should think that there won't be more discussion. I think people may very well have more individualized questions.
Right. I think they may, but maybe by the time we get the 2-8, people will be discussed out, and the moderator will either decide to entertain any other people that come up, or maybe there won't be anybody that come up because we've had a robust discussion on the combined presentation.
Okay.
All right, 2-9. That one's in our consent, isn't it?
It is, but just in case it gets held, FinCom?
You can put FinCom for the 2- backups and Bill can do the backups on the 3- ones.
All right, so 210, I think, is the voting cost, right? And that's also in our consent. And if it's not,
Right, FinCom again. If it's not, it goes to FinCom. And
That's
then the same with 211.
Yeah.
2-12.
Master plan. Anybody?
John, I know you want to do that one.
You do or you don't?
I'll do it if it's a
I
fine.
I mean,
would
Sean,
like
you
to.
yeah, I'll do it if you want me to do it either way. So just let me know what
You want to rock, scissors, paper?
Then I would like to do it.
You would like to do it, Rosie?
Okay, go ahead, Rosie. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm a big fan of this, and you'll hear so much enthusiasm in my voice.
Once it's moved, could I just ask that I be allowed to make some comment on this?
Yes, I'd encourage you to make some comments on it.
Yes, of course.
So maybe Rosie, after you make the motion and talk about it, then you could ask Mr. Bowler to recognize Joe. That would be great.
Absolutely.
All right, so 212 is Rosie. 3-1, is that on our consent? And if it's not,
3-1, 3-2, and 3-3 are all on consent, but if it's
All
not,
consent.
but if anything gets held, we're going to ask Bill to. Is that what?
If he wants to, we're FinCom's happy to weigh in as well.
No, yeah, I can do
but
it.
who's our liaison? Is that Jamie to the Council on Age?
Yeah,
Jamie, would you mind doing this one if it wasn't consent?
I wouldn't.
All right, so if it's not consent, Jamie will make this one.
3-2.
3-2, this is the real estate one, right?
Yeah, it's
Home rule
the
petition.
home rule. Yeah.
Petition. Chapter 91.
I don't know. I don't think it matters really who makes it.
I can
Anybody
do
want
that
to?
one.
Okay, Bill.
3-3. Lease for
I
temporary
can do
town
that
hall.
one too.
All right.
If I have a question, if 2-7 and 2-8, either or both fail, do we want to just make a recommendation at that point of 3 for no action? Because
Yeah.
there'd be no sense in having an affirmative vote if 2-7 or 2-8 fail.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Joe, can you say that again?
So if 2-7 and 2-8, if either one or both fail at town meeting, there's no sense in doing 3-3 because the
Yes, that's
temporary
correct.
temporary
Right.
town hall is only going to be needed if we're going to be doing the project. So
Right.
we'd want the motion if, although it's going to be funny if
It's going to be on the consent.
yeah, it's going to be like I said, if it passes on the consent agenda, and then
Yeah, the only thing I would say to that, Joe, is, and to the board, is that what Article 3-3 provides is the authorization for the Board of Selectmen to enter into an agreement. So if you
not binding.
don't choose to, right, exactly, you don't have to.
Right.
And obviously, if a town hall project wasn't going forward, there'd be no reason to do
If
so.
2-7 doesn't pass, do we not vote on 2-8?
you're going to need it all in order to do the well, no, if you voted, yeah.
No, I mean, I think you could vote on it. 2-8, as it stands, is an article that allows you to borrow money for the purposes of doing the town hall project. It's subject to a Prop 2.5 override. So, I mean, technically you could, I believe it just refers to a sum of money too.
Right. And 2-8 to get it on the ballot.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So it's a whole different kind of animal.
So
And I think Darcy, if it's not in the script, I'd recommend that you put something in the script that, mentioning that this, if it passes a town meeting, it's just passing it to go to the ballot. It has to pass at the ballot. So you almost have to vote twice on it.
Yep.
And that brings us to 3-4, the citizens petition. And I believe Sean Bill Heaney was on the call a while ago, but I don't know if he's still there.
Bill Heaney, you still there?
Yeah. I'm here, guys.
Oh, sorry. I didn't quite.
That's right.
So Tom, refresh me on, does the citizens petition person say the motion?
Typically, in most instances, it doesn't have to. It can be moved by a member of the board or anybody really, but in most instances, a citizen's petition typically gets moved by the lead petitioner.
Right, that was my kind of understanding. So I'll say, Bill, if you're going to take action or take no action on this, you fine with reading the motion?
I am fine with it. I can definitely read it.
And then as far as our board and kind of a few back and forth emails today, it seems like Bill, not Bill Olson, but Bill Heaney is going to want us to make a vote on this at town meeting instead of taking no action. Am I correct?
That's correct on our side.
Okay. So there will be some discussion, and I would say we never made a decision on this because we were thinking it would be no action up until pretty much today. So we can discuss our opinion about it now, or if you feel you want to think a little bit about it, we can do a brief 15-minute meeting before town meeting and make a recommendation on town meeting floor. Either way, we'll have to give some kind of a explanation on our support and why we feel that way.
So just as a point of order, can we, since this is not on the agenda, I mean, the script is on the agenda, but this isn't, can we discuss and vote on it now?
I maybe Tom can weigh in, but I think we could. I mean, because we're making a recommendation on town floor. It doesn't say really that we can't make one tonight and then make it again on town meeting floor. We still have to discuss it to make our recommendation at some point. I mean, we can have a single item agenda the morning of if we want to, but I'll let Tom weigh in on the legalities of it.
Yeah, so, again, it gets into a question of the notice under the open meeting law. So as the chair, generally speaking, if the chair reasonably anticipates something will be discussed at a Board of Selectmen meeting, then it should be included on the agenda. If it's not something that you reasonably anticipated discussing, that doesn't mean you can't discuss it and take action. Generally speaking, what the Attorney General's office recommends is that if something's not on the agenda, then you postpone action to the extent that you can. So I would say in this case, if the board certainly wants to discuss how you think you'd like to go on this in terms of a recommendation, you certainly can, but it would probably be in just kind of belt and suspenders would be best to take a formal vote at an actual board, at a note where it's specifically an agenda item, or that there's specific votes, or if there's something on the agenda indicating that it's the board's going to consider making recommendations with respect to warrant articles, or I don't know that it necessarily have
I
to
think
be
that
as
to Tom's
specific
point,
as just this one particular article.
Yeah, I think to Tom's point, what we could do tonight, if you feel like it, we can discuss it, but not really take a vote. But I think from our discussion, we could tell how we're leaning, and then make a one-item agenda for the morning of town meeting, and then finalize our vote then. Or we can wait until that morning meeting. It's up to you guys.
You could also, Mr. Chairman, if I could just add in that at town meeting itself, or just prior to town meeting, while you're there at town meeting, the Attorney General's office has said, and it's specifically in the statute as well, that discussions kind of at town meeting or in the context of town meeting are exempt from the open meeting law. Open meeting law does not apply to town meetings. So, the board most boards typically will post a meeting either for the day of or sometime shortly before the town meeting is going to commence, which I know is your practice as well. So you can certainly do it at that time. But if you didn't have a meeting posted, you could discuss it essentially, at town meeting without violating the open meeting law.
Right. I appreciate that, but I think we'd probably post for it anyways, just to be sure.
Sean, can I ask a quick question about this?
Yeah.
Regarding, this is a regional school district. So even if the town, tied the hands of the Board of Health regarding the school district, how does Wenham, I just don't understand.
So I guess I can elaborate a little bit on it, and maybe Bill Heaney can, when I'm done, share a little bit about Wenham's vote. So Wenham voted on this at their STM.
Oh, okay.
And I think, and Bill can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it just barely passed at Wenham's town meeting. And the situation is with this petition, irregardless of whether it passes or fails, it's still an advisory vote.
Advisory, okay.
Right.
Yep.
So it's non-binding. So, even if both towns overwhelmingly approved it, the Board of Health doesn't have to listen to town meeting vote because they're a different statute, state body, et cetera. You know, in the past, when we've had advisory votes for the Board of Selectmen, we've done our best to kind of, you know, follow what the town meeting has asked, but at other times it's been contradictory to our best practice with litigation and et cetera. So we haven't. So, you know, this is just being an advisory vote. It's non-binding. Any other comments?
My only comment was if we're going to vote on it tonight. We're going to vote on I had a comment about it if I have to decide tonight. Are we deciding tonight or not, Sean? Sorry.
No, I don't think we should because it's not on the agenda, but I think we can have a brief discussion about it and kind of get people's feelings on it. But
Yeah, the only thing I had, and I missed the first discussion you had on this, I was not there. I was late for that meeting, but the only, from what I understood what happened in the beginning of the year was that the Board of Health just made a recommendation and then the school committee formed a COVID committee that actually voted on it. So I'm still not sure how this falls in line with what, if this is trying to avoid what happened earlier in the year. I don't understand how this would prevent that, because I thought that the Board of Health came out and they said, no, we didn't tell the school to close or not to close. We just gave a recommendation to the school committee and they voted to close the school. So I'm trying to figure out what
Oh, you mean this last time, Bill?
no, the first time, the
Oh,
beginning of the
okay.
year, from what I understood from the Board of Health was that they gave a recommendation, but they weren't the ones who actually closed the school. The school was closed by the
right, the
school board.
administration closed the school.
Right.
I don't
Yes,
know
I
if
don't
the
know how
school
this-
committee was involved. I mean, maybe the school committee chair was involved, but I don't think the overall school committee made the decision. I think it was the administration in the schools. And
So if this is passed as an
Bill-
advisory, I don't understand what teeth it has, because it's not up to the Board of Health. The Board of Health makes recommendations and they can make whatever recommendation they
They can
want.
tell you, they
so-
can shut you down. The Board of Health has a lot of power.
But they didn't do, but in this case, they didn't do it. They just made a recommendation to the, from my understanding. So I was trying to figure out what the teeth of this really has, if,
None.
yeah, so I don't, yeah, so, all right, yeah, that was my only question. If someone wants to comment on that, otherwise I think I have my opinion.
Bill
If I
Heaney,
may
did you-
address that.
Yeah, please.
So what happened when the school got shut down in early September, Bill, was, and if you look at the superintendent's public release, her email that went out to all the parents, she specifically said, due to the Board of Health's metrics, she's closing the schools. So she specifically pointed at the Board of Health. I don't think at the time the Board of Health knew how their metrics were going to be used, but the superintendent, she clearly hung her hat on it. And, you know, since that's happened, we've had multiple conversations. I think everybody agrees it was a bit of a mistake. It was a knee-jerk reaction to close the schools at that time. But she felt like she had to follow the Board of Health's recommendations. So since that time, we've spoken to the Board of Health in both towns. Both towns' Board of Health have remanded and restated their position so that it's not so binding on the superintendent. But even as we flow through this, and listen, everybody's in a tough spot here, right? School committee's in a tough spot. Superintendent's in a tough spot. We're just trying to get one clear, concise metrics for the superintendent to follow when she's making her decisions. Because if she has a very restrictive local policy and she's trying to balance it with DESE, the American Pediatricians Association, and the CDC, and they don't jive, she's in a tough spot. So in a way, we're kind of trying to help her to get one clear guidance for her, which, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I'm a real estate attorney. I'm not a scientist, not an epidemiologist, and I don't think that the superintendent is an epidemiologist or a scientist, but she needs to be able to follow somebody who has thought this process through. We think that it is the CDC, we think that it is DESE, and we think that it is the American Pediatrician Association. That's who she should be following. Those are the people that are qualified to give her guidance on this. So, you know, for example, if you look at DESE just this week, DESE has changed their metrics. And I don't think our local Board of Health will be able to change their metrics quick enough in this ongoing situation that we all find ourselves in. In a town the size of Hamilton, if under the new DESE guidelines, if you're going to be in the red, you need to have 25 positive tests. That is a huge change from the numbers that we were working with in early September. So the whole goal here is just to give the superintendent guidance as to what to follow so that she's not trying to chase, you know, different metrics in different scenarios all over the place. And I think the town's going to support it. The goal is to get our kids back into school as quickly as possible and as safely as possible. And we think that the people that we should be following are, DESE and the CDC. And I think after we spoke to the local Board of Health, they kind of came around to that saying, yeah, it's really not entirely fair to the superintendent and the school committee to be giving them these mixed messages with, one positive test or 5 positive tests puts us in the red, you got to close, or if it's 25. So if we can give them clear guidelines, I'm confident they can make the right decisions. We just want to give them one clear set of guidelines to follow.
Well, for example, when they had this one positive at the high school, the limiting factor was not guidelines and from DESE or whatever. It was the fact that we don't have the faculty, we don't have the staff. And so when you have 14 teachers going out because they're susceptible and they have to quarantine, that's going to be your limiting factor is faculty.
Correct. And so we're not trying to impact that decision. I think that decision was made based on a personnel issue. And if we have
well, that's not going to go away either. So.
That's not going to go away either, but we can still control the metrics that are used. I mean, at the time, and listen, this is all a moving target. Everybody's pointing as the students. Oh, the students are going to be the carriers. The students are going to be the problem. And now here we are saying, oh, well, it was actually a teacher that contracted it. And a teacher apparently didn't maintain proper social distancing in all the COVID protocols. Had that teacher maintained the social distancing proper protocols, I don't think we'd be shut down now. So when we first started talking about this, we were all worried about students being carriers. Well, now we're learning that sometimes it's teachers, but in any event, the community matrix are still going to come into play. And we want to have one set of guidelines for the superintendent and the school committee to work with.
All right. So go ahead. You're going to say something, Jamie?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm inclined to recommend unfavorable action. Not, I don't know if I'm fully there, but inclined that way, partly for a number of reasons. One, some of the wording in there I just don't like, and I don't want to spend 10 minutes talking about the words I don't like, but I guess most of it has to do with that. Even though it's advisory, the wording isn't advisory. So I think it's confusing that way. But also I think it's like, okay, so this all originated because sort of a misunderstanding, right?
Right.
And now the Board of Health, so now it's been clarified, and it just doesn't seem as if we should be, having this thing that will probably be able to be used as a I don't know, a weapon by people to create problems, for the Board of Health and create honestly more discord in our, in our community and things. So I think we should take the win that, yeah, okay, it came up, it was clarified, and but anyway, that's just my sort of feeling at the time.
So thank you. I feel a little bit differently about that. I see it from the more scientific viewpoint that the metrics that are being gathered by DPH and CDC and the American Society of Pediatricians and really understanding how this works, they are finger on the pulse people. They are seeing in real time the statistics and how that should impact opening or closing of schools. And so I agree with the point that Board of Health may take some time to get on board with DESE because they're not necessarily privy to all the up-to-date information that maybe DESE is. And so I would be inclined to vote for it, still understanding that it is an advisory vote, but I think it encourages the Board of Health, who is under no obligation to do so, but it encourages them to look at maybe the state statistics more carefully and not make it 8 per 100,000 because it's in the red zone, but maybe make it 6 per 100,000, because we know that even though COVID is spreading quicker here in Massachusetts, we're not seeing the same, at least at this point, jump in hospitalizations or in the death rate. So I think if we look locally, we can have some faith in what our DPH will say, the state boards to make these decisions. And so that's my reasoning.
Yeah, I mean, if I could just add one more thing, I think, so I guess what my comment is that, you know, we were very conservative in Hamilton, which is why our counts are so low, right? So we did things very early on proactive that I think helped our counts stay low, and they continue to stay low. With that, the system isn't perfect, but I think that as a school committee or as a superintendent, you weigh lots of things. You look at lots of different people's opinions and policy. You get policies from both sides. So I think they're still looking at DESI, they're still looking at DPH, and they're also looking at our Board of Health. And if our Board of Health decides to give a more conservative opinion, they're allowed to do that. And then the school board and the superintendent can decide which opinion weighs the most. So I don't want to limit our local Board of Health from giving their opinion of what they think, because once again, they're not dictating what the school, but they're giving their opinion of what they think. And that opinion is weighed against all the other opinion that the school board and the superintendent get from DESI, from DPH, from other community members, from teachers, from faculty, from the unions. So I think limiting our Board of Health and saying that they can't be, that's why I give them a lot of credit for our numbers being so low in towns, because they had conservative approach and proactive approach. So the way I read this is that we're trying to limit them from having an opinion, because that's all they're really doing. They're giving an opinion. I don't want to limit the Board of Health from giving an opinion.
Either. I don't want to limit them either.
Yeah. So I'm going to vote unfavorable on this.
All right. Any other discussion before our final vote morning of? Everyone fine with doing a little brief one agenda item meeting before the?
What time would you say, like 20 minutes before 9 or?
Yeah, I just think we need 15 minutes tops for this. I think, we've kind of said our piece, and it's just kind of counting the numbers when we get there. I don't know if it's going to warrant a really robust discussion. I think we'll kind of share our opinions or just say yay and nay on it and move on with it.
I recommend that we post it for 8:40 and hope that you guys are done in 10 minutes so that we're not rushing badly to get back to the town meeting floor before the things take over.
Where will we have the meeting?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Where will the meeting be?
50-yard line.
We typically find a corner where we can stand 6 feet apart.
As long as it's not rain, I'll ask you all to bring an umbrella, and maybe we could just have them in the stands right next to the field real quickly.
I guess, location TBD, to be determined.
We'll just call it grandstand. That's fine.
You have to
pick
a location. I think you can just have it, Joe, in the tent, off to the side before town meeting, maybe at the front of the tent where the board typically would sit, I think is perfectly fine.
If Mary Alice is planning to be at the meeting, great. If not, I'll take notes to report it.
Yeah.
And
all right, so
Sean, FinCom actually, we formally decided not to make a recommendation.
Okay.
This had been resolved. We may end up making a recommendation on Wednesday.
Yeah, I was going to say last time we had kind of discussed it, it was resolved. So
right.
that would be great if you guys.
We're going to need votes, but
yeah.
Thanks,
so
John.
We'll let you know how we determine it.
Okay.
All right, 3 dash.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah. Looking for the next one.
Just a quick question with respect to 3-4, Mr. Haney is going to make the motion, so I'll include him as the moving party for purposes of having the moderator recognize him. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
And then Bill, after you make the motion, you can state your case and then we'll have discussion on the floor. And then, the moderator will call the vote.
Thank you. I think it'll be a very short discussion, Sean. There's not a whole lot to this one.
No, I don't think so either. All right. What do we got next? We got, we've reviewed the script. Now we've got mandatory compost proposal discussion and vote.
Want me to bring up the, any of the materials? I know Gradle and Ann are here and Sharon Kashida's here. Tim it shows that he's still here, but he may have gotten off. I know he had something pulling him away.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, there you
You
go.
got a hockey game right now, Tim?
I'm actually driving home right now.
Don't come in.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
I've
did you
got to
need me
get home.
to?
I got to get home before the curfew.
You're exempt.
Mr. Chairman, did you need me to stay or are you all set at this point?
I think I'm all set. Did we have any questions on the streets policy for Tom that was left over? Do you know, Joe?
So the only issue that was outstanding that I could see from my notes was that there was some discussion at the last meeting on the private ways to public streets about may or shall in one section. And I did talk to Lee Smith. He advises against switching to shall. He says that it's principally they drew it up that way because you want to allow the Board of Selectmen to have a little bit of flexibility in the future, and shall is going to remove that flexibility.
Right.
So that was specifically the answer we got from the attorney who drafted the amendment for us. So
okay.
Is there
Sorry, Darcy, go ahead. You were going to say something?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, is there a built-in mechanism so that if the developer does not finish the road to completion at spec, is there some kind of mechanism that the town can, would it be occupancy permits? Would it be, how can we make sure that they're doing what they've told us they were going to do? I'm so concerned about oversight because that's where we need to.
So occupancy permits, certificates of occupancy, COs would be one way to do it. And then, the may and shall, I think, had to do with the release of from a bond in the case of a developer. And, you would be able, in most of the cases, you would release the bond until it was all done. And all they were saying was that you don't want to have it say in there that you won't, because you may want to be able to. Maybe all the work is done and it's just a paperwork thing. And, you want to work with the developer to help them. So in the future, you may have a situation where you'd want, that's for later. I think that's on the agenda later, but I think that was the whole point of the discussion was whether or not you wanted to tie yourself to that.
Well, as long as we can protect the townspeople, that's my main concern. I don't really care about protecting the developers. I want to make sure that townspeople.
No, I think we can both, but let's discuss that after we discuss what we're talking about now. So Tom, I think you're fine to go if you need to or want to. Or
okay. All right. Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you.
All right. So compost. We have, I think, Ann and Gradle on the line. We discussed it kind of briefly last time. I think in your packets, and Gradle sent me an updated version of the letter today, and I think I sent it to you as well, Joe. And I don't know if the one that was in our packets is the same one or if this is a newer version of it. I apologize.
I'm not 100% sure. I know we had two versions. I had got two versions of the letter too, but I'm not sure which one we sent with your packets. I thought we sent the right one, but perhaps we didn't. So at least you've got it both ways.
Put it up.
Yeah. Let me find it. Hold on. I'm going to find the packets. That's not that one.
It's only 127 pages, Joe.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was almost like a school committee packet.
One. Come on. I opened the same one again. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second, please. I'm sorry.
Three's a charm. You can do it.
Too many documents here. Oh, I know why. Because I'm looking at the wrong thing.
It's in my email today.
It's because it's supposed to be in a PDF file, not in a. That's why. There we go. I got it. But how far into the packet do we have to go?
What's that, Joe? I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to get it through to the right page.
Like 10 pages from the end. It's like I'll go to 100 and like.
Yeah, it's
10.
almost right at the end. Yeah, go to 125.
Yep.
There you go. So it's like one of. Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Okay. Here's the letter.
That's it.
Yeah, there you go.
There you
All
go.
right.
That's the one that was in my packet. I don't know if it's the one that Sean sent home.
And so, Ann or Gradle, you're familiar with both the documents, hopefully, that you can tell us if we've got the current one or not. I don't know what the I didn't look to see the kind of significant changes or if there were significant changes in it.
I do know that Gradle and I met this past week with Joe and Tim Olson, and we discussed this letter, and we agreed that a few items in here should be changed. So I think this draft letter does not reflect
The changes.
yes, so it's not an up-to-date draft.
All right, let me.
Sean, do you have, we got
Yeah.
the email this afternoon, so would you be
Yeah,
able to
if
put
Joe,
that
you
up?
can allow me to present.
Hmm.
Okay, John, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just opening it up.
Really simply, the only part that we really changed was in the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth paragraph down, where we talked about having the DPW or a representative go to the home of somebody who composts or for some other reason thinks that they should be exempted. And we decided that we would change that to asking the resident to apply for the sticker and to send a letter with a picture of their compost heap. Yeah, it's down in that area there. Below where the line is, that paragraph that says the DPW or their representative will come to your home to inspect your composting, etc. We decided better to ask the resident to apply to be exempted and to provide evidence.
Can everybody see my screen now, hopefully?
And I think we had also agreed that we were only going to take one reason as being a valid reason for an exemption, and that was going to be that someone was an active backyard composter, that we were not going to be accepting other reasons as a basis for an exemption. Also, it says in this draft letter that if people needed a new green bin, they could either pick them up at the DPW office or they would be delivered to the resident house. We decided to take out the delivery option. So there are a number of changes. I think that what we're really looking for the board to do tonight is to approve the mandatory composting policy. This is then a follow-up letter that the Board of Selectmen would be sending to the residents. And
Right.
I think that Gradle and I can work with Joe and we can revise it to really reflect the changes that were agreed upon this week and any other changes that Joe and Tim think are appropriate. And then maybe show it to the Board of Selectmen afterwards as part of the overall implementation plan for the compost policy. But I really think the most important thing tonight is if the board takes a vote on the policy, and we had provided you with a draft of that. So I think that's probably more important to look at tonight.
Right.
And do you have any answer to what the purchase price would be for a new green bin? Just out of curiosity.
It's a pass-through cost from the DPW, what it costs us to get them.
Okay.
Yeah, $30.
I was going to say it's like $30 or $33 or
Yeah,
something like that.
$30.50.
So are there none, there's no currently in inventory? Was that what you decided?
No, Tim has some. Tim, if you're on, do you know how you have about 30 or so you said you had on hand? We were going to need to order some more. All right, we dropped them.
I'll speak for Tim. The last time I checked in, that was probably about right.
But the 30 we have are not going to be free. They're going to be sold. So I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, we'd still sell because we're going to have to buy more. I mean, we pass through the cost only. We don't make anything off it.
Okay.
I think Tim was back on for a second. Maybe not.
That's correct. Yeah.
He's driving.
Can you hear
So.
Yes. I can barely hear you. I don't think you need to add Tim if you can't hear you. It's okay.
Yeah. I'm at the end of the world. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, now.
Oh, all right. Okay, yeah, sorry. I'm at Rockport. I'm at home now. So at the end of the world. Yeah, no, we have 42. We just placed an order. We got it in. So we have 42 green compost bins to distribute.
Good.
The purpose of charging for those though would be so we could order more and make sure that we're able to replenish it as needs be without costing the town additional money. We had a really good meeting. Tim and I met with Gradle and Ann last week in person. Actually, it was great to do an in-person meeting for a change, and we kind of came to agreement on a lot of things that would be involved in implementation of the policy. I think Ann and Gradle are right that if the board wants to adopt the policy, Tim and I can work with Gradle and Ann on an implementation plan that we can bring back to you for your approval at a meeting in either, probably not in 2 weeks, but probably in December. And that would give us an opportunity to say when the rollout date would be and give us a lead time to be able to inform the public about the change and everything else. I think that's the principal way we're approaching it.
I think that's reasonable. How does everybody else feel?
Yes,
I think
I'm
it's
all
reasonable.
for it. All for it.
I just had one other question. I'm sorry, I'm obsessed with these green bins, but does it have to, I mean, I'm trying to make it easier for residents because I'm all for it, but does it have to be in a green bin? I know we gave them out, but we never made it sort of mandatory that it had to be in a green bin. Is that the way that it works with the Casella? It needs to be in a green bin?
Do you know of any other way to put it out?
Well, I mean, if people can buy their own bin, I'm just saying, like, if someone wants to buy their own bin, is that we're gonna say no, they can't? I'm asking a question you're gonna get asked by other people. So
Right, that's true. We have a town trash bin, but I know when I put my recycling bin out, it's whatever I put the recycle sticker on, and they take it.
Right.
I would kind of say, and I'll let Gradle and Ann speak to this, but I would say kind of size is a limiting factor too. I mean, I think if you had a compost bin that was the size of my recycle bin, nobody's going to pick it up.
No.
You know, I filled my compost bin up many times to the top, and it's pretty darn heavy. You know, I wouldn't want our haulers to have to pick up something bigger than that. So I think, you know, if we do have some kind of regulation, I would say it's probably the town bins or something.
Right. Could I comment on that?
Yeah, please do, Tim.
It is a size issue just because the size of the truck that they use. We run into sometimes that even for the large bulk the bulk items, they fill up and they may not be able to, finish the route. Similar with the compost, if we allow however big barrels on the curb, they could fill up and not be able to service the whole town that one day. So it's just more of a scheduling thing as well.
And
it's a standardized size. So
I would also add that in our policy, what we're saying for the enforcement is that your black barrel will not be picked up by Casella if your compost bin is not curbside. I think if it's going to be too confusing for Casella and the haulers if people have different kinds of barrels. So I think the Casella truck pulls up. If there's a green bin next to the black barrel, they take both. If there's no green bin there, then the black barrel gets left behind. And that's the whole, this was structured for enforcement. So I think that's the strongest argument.
Right, easier and more uniform.
Uniformity, yeah.
Right.
Plus, it leaves a huge gray area. So, that if there's no green bin and Casella says, well, there wasn't a green bin, so I didn't take it. And the homeowner says, well, just because I used this other thing, it just there'd be a big gray area.
Right.
Yeah.
Any other green bin questions other than Bill's?
no, but I think we're gonna get asked that question. So
yeah, no, I think that was a good
That's
question.
a good question. Yeah.
Right.
Can I make a motion?
Yeah.
I move that we agree to have mandatory composting proposal as per the recycling committee. Compost and recycling committee?
Waste management, I believe.
Thank you.
Waste reduction.
Waste reductions. We're all wrong. Thank you, Gradle.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion?
Yes, I just have one question. What's the beginning date of this project? I seems to have eluded my memory.
Probably sometime in mid-late January or early February. Tim and I that's part of the Gradle and Ann and Tim and I meeting and putting together the implementation plan and bringing that back to you. That'll all be worked out in the implementation.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think, right, the motion be that we approve the mandatory composting and we appoint Joe to work with the waste reduction committee to develop a schedule and a formal
Inception date.
letter.
Yeah.
Second.
That's what you said, right, Darcy?
Yeah, that's what I said.
And
Yeah.
that's what I seconded, yes.
Right, that's what Rosie seconded. All right. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, we'll start with Bill.
William Olson, aye.
Darcy,
Darcy Dale, aye.
Rosie,
Rosie Kennedy, aye.
Jamie,
Jamie Knutson, aye.
and myself, Sean Farrell, aye.
Great, I'll see. It pays off to work hard on this stuff, right?
Oh,
Nice job. It wasn't
Thank
answered
you.
somewhere down there. It took a lot of work, but thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Ann, too.
Thank you very much.
That's perseverance. Well done, Gretel and Ann. Thank you so much.
Well,
Yeah, we appreciate all your hard work.
I know it, we do.
And it's really just begun, though.
I know.
we'll be there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ladies.
Okay.
Now Hamilton's made history.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
And Sharon, thanks for joining us, too. I
Yeah.
know we didn't talk to you, but we appreciate you coming on and sitting through it tonight. All right.
You're on mute.
Were you going to say something, Sharon?
Yes, actually, I could never be a selectman. I'm really impressed with how hard everybody works. You too, Joe. And to Ann and Gretel and the Waste Reduction Committee. You've made history again, and we're going to follow your lead. Thank you so much.
Yes.
And thanks for coming, Sharon.
Yeah, thank you for
Night.
joining us.
Thank you.
All right. Forgive me for a second here. I switched my computer all around. So up next, we have the final reading of the converting of private ways policy discussion and vote. So we had some changes last time around, and as Darcy started to discuss earlier, and Joe and opined on it a bit about the shalls and will, etc. And I'm trying to think if we had other comments other than just kind of the shall or the will was kind of, I think, our hang up. And because we had changed it to 100% last time, I think, instead of 75, right? And I think that was a good decision.
Yeah. I think Jamie, you want to refresh my memory? You called me and asked me a question about this, and we talked about it on Friday, and it's completely left my mind since then.
That happens.
So I had just asked whether, when it says in various places that they'll be responsible for town council fees, does that also say outside council?
Mm.
I didn't ask that, but you could probably add that.
I don't think it would hurt to add it.
Cost, do you want to change town council fees to just attorney's fees?
Yeah, or legal.
All
fees.
attorney fees.
All legal fees, all attorney fees?
The towns.
Right, the towns, may be specific with the
Right.
towns, the town's legal fees.
Yeah, right. All right, I'll change that section there.
And then the other question that I don't remember me having so much, but somebody had asked was about, should there be an indemnification somewhere?
I think that was Bill.
Yeah, I keep getting ignored, so I figured you didn't want to.
Well, no, I did get an answer for you on that one. Town council did say on that issue that this is not, this is a policy, it's not a contract. Indemnification clauses usually are part of a contract. You wouldn't include them in a policy. So,
okay.
I guess if it comes to it and a developer wants to go forward utilizing this program, we could embed that in a contract with the developer to have that done down the road, but it doesn't need to be in the policy.
I mean, that kind of makes sense if it makes sure it's in the contract.
But I thought we were attaching like a letter to the end of this thing that they have to sign, right?
Yeah, there's kind of at the end, there's all the
property
forms,
owners things, but I don't think that
it's not a binding contract. It's just
not a binding contract.
Yeah, I thought it would be in there where they sign everything. It says, yeah, we agree that we're going to turn this over to you. We're never going to, and no one's going to sue you. No current or future property owner is going to come back, but anyways, I trust our town council, but that's where I thought it would end up, and not in the policy per se, but in the agreement that they sign.
other thoughts?
But other than that, no, I like that we went to 100% and we made it their problem. So
Yes.
however they get to 100%, whether it's done through a financial negotiation or
Right.
Right.
whatever. So,
Yeah.
so I'm good with it.
All right. And Darcy, did you want to discuss the shall and will some more?
Well, I just want to make sure that we don't make a mistake and discount what may happen to the town if we don't make it ironclad. I just want to make sure that we don't have a developer come in and then halfway through, maybe they decide they're going to make the street a little narrower or maybe a little thinner with the asphalt, because, you know, ultimately it's going to hurt the town if they do that. So I just want to make sure we protect the town's and the people's interest, whatever it takes. That's all. You know?
Yeah, I think with to Joe's point earlier and kind of what I was thinking last time we talked about it, it's a little more restrictive if we change that language, and it goofs up that whole last kind of paragraph and sentence. And I think there's enough
protection,
occupancy and protection that we'll be okay with it. I think if we change it, it kind of locks the future Board of Selectmen from making any adjustments to it.
Well, as long as we're not afraid to use a mechanism like withholding permits and all that, as long as we're not afraid to do that, I want to make sure that we understand that that's what we have to do. That's part of our jobs, to make sure that we hold it
And
over.
I think unfortunately we've learned from our
past
mistakes here.
Yeah.
So I think that there's enough people that are on top of it now,
Good.
you know, and we're all well aware of it, so that there's a lot more oversight, you know, because, you know, that's something that I think you feel strongly about, is the oversight, and I think we all do. So I think that we're okay with it in there the way it is.
So I just have another question. What circumstances would there be wherein we, the Board of Selectmen, would consent to release the performance guarantee before a job was completed? I'm trying to wrap my head around that, and it's really hard for me to understand.
And Joe, I think you can answer that. I think you did earlier, but maybe restating.
So, I mean, part of this whole process is that it's completed and it's inspected, and then it has to be accepted at town meeting, right? Well, what if they've done everything they were supposed to do, they've done the road, it's been inspected by us, we accept it, and it's 3 months before town meeting. The only thing left for them is to just be able to get back their bond. They've done everything we asked them to do. Why would we hold their money for another 3 months just because on a technicality?
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay.
All right. Anybody want to make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the private ways policy
as amended.
Second.
Oh,
Darcy.
competition here.
Yeah.
All right, Darcy, you got it. You got it.
All right. Roll call vote for all those in favor. We'll start with Rosie.
Rosie Kennedy, aye.
Darcy.
Darcy Dale, aye.
Jamie.
Jamie Knutson, aye.
Bill.
William Olson, aye.
And myself, Sean Farrell, aye. Just like to add, I'm really happy we finally gotten through this part of this. It's been a long time coming.
Yep.
I am too.
Yeah, but it was important to have all that conversation about it too.
For sure.
Right. I mean, that's important so that you really have analyzed it fully and you understand the consequences of what you're signing. So good effort.
All right. And last up, we have the Human Rights Commission policy discussion and vote. So to kind of intro this, I know Rosie had sent me kind of a brief change in some of the verbiage a couple weeks ago and hasn't got anything back to me yet. Darcy hasn't. I don't think you sent me anything. I don't know if you sent Joe anything, but both of you ladies have.
I did today.
Oh, sent to me today?
Yes, this morning. And I sent it to Joe as well.
Was it in the same email where you asked not to discuss it tonight? Or was
Yes.
it separate? Okay. So Rosie and Darcy have both asked not to have this item taken up on the agenda tonight, but I think we should. It's not terribly late, but I don't know if we'll get to the end of the discussion tonight.
Right. That's
But I think it's still important to kind of have some discussion about it. And today I looked through. I had Pat Shannon do some research for me, and he sent me 14 different policies from different communities. And I looked through about half of them today. Some of them are, I mean, they're all the same general gist or feeling as ours. The difference is pretty varied in the language.
Yep.
Some of them, I think, and I may be remembering correctly, Arlington was more of a statement. Other ones were more a robust policy with a committee, and the makeups of the committee were kind of vastly different from ours or similar. I mean, it's kind of all over the board. Yeah. And part of what I was looking at was adoption dates of some of the policies. Some of them are quite old. I mean, not old, but old as far as language and stuff like that. I think there's somewhere 2008 or earlier, which I think the culture and the language has changed quite a bit from that time. So I think, we want to be current to now instead of trying to copy a past kind of language, I guess, from previously. So, I mean, I guess I'd welcome some discussion about the current document, and Bill and I had a discussion earlier today about some of the language that I know you ladies are having some issues with the ex-offender status. And Bill and I discussed today a little bit that, if you guys felt really strongly about that we would be okay with modifying that in some way, because I think the ultimate decision is really the Board of Selectmen on who is appointed to the committee. But I think that, we would kind of be the gatekeepers for who's on it, and I guess the difference with the ex-offender status is, are you talking about someone who had a drug charge when they were in college or something like that versus someone that's committed a double homicide or something like that, right? So it's quite a range of that ex-offender status, or, maybe they're a class level, whatever, fine, sex offender, something like that. And I would hope that we wouldn't appoint someone like that wasn't reformed or had a really kind of a storied criminal history.
Yeah, right. I mean, but, yeah, John, just to add on to that, but I think what you and I agreed to is that we don't need to get caught up in semantics or to list all these words out doesn't mean anything, because we know what the point of it is. So I sort of had gone through and made some notes, because I think that by taking words out it doesn't take away limitations. It just takes away specificity that we don't need, because this is supposed to be wide overreaching. So in the first paragraph, it says the purpose of creating, because there's three or four sentences where it has all these words, right? So the first paragraph is the purpose of creating a commission is to affirm that the town of Hamilton is an inclusive community that has as one of its core values the freedom from discrimination. Ended there. Disrespect, bigotry, macro aggressions, hatred, oppression. That's all part of just, we don't need to list everything. Just say discrimination. Okay. We don't need to, let's make it more overreaching than trying, because you're not going to be able to list everything. If you list one word or you list 100 words, what does it make a difference whether you list 5, 6, 7, 8? There's 1,000 synonyms for discrimination. So I actually think it's in our detriment to trying to list things you don't need to list, because you just don't, this is an advisory board. This isn't legal. This isn't a contract. This is supposed to be adaptive, flexible as we move through life and through time. So to start listing things that may change over time and get different names. As we know from living in this time now, we're using words we never used before. Asymmetric learning, hybrid. And so it's just, to put words in, I think, is limiting. I
like the idea of a living, breathing document that will change as needed.
So it's discrimination. And in the second paragraph, it says, gives the opportunity in local affairs, including housing, employment, public, town services, insurance, credit, banking, and health care. And then it says, regardless of, you don't need regardless of. The fact that you say, we strive to ensure that all persons feel safe in Hamilton and enjoy. That's what it is. All safe. It's all people. So then to double down by saying regardless of, once again you're listing things that if you don't list that one word, then later on someone says, well, you didn't say regardless of this.
Yep.
And it's like, well, now you got to by putting this all specificity, and I know, Sean, you read other ones and half of them had it and half of them didn't. I don't know that listing 8 words, 9 words, 10 words, 20 words, 100 words, or just making it
It needs to be
general. Yeah.
accessible.
Yeah.
It needs
So
to be
that was my issues. I love the document. I love the idea of it. I just don't know that we need to list all these words. I don't know, I think it doesn't help the document, it only hurts it, in my opinion.
Right. So so going along with that, I'm sorry, Bill, were you finished? I'm
That was
sorry.
it. There was
please
just
continue.
3 paragraphs, and I was just saying we leave it as all,
Yeah.
and we get rid of anything that sort of, if we forget. I would feel bad if we forgot to put a word in, and 3 years later someone says, "Well, you're not protecting this person because it's not listed here."
Yeah.
Right. So I think some of the things that I've been taking lots of notes about this, and I think the first thing I wanted to say was, there's only been one reading of this, and the policy, it's essentially a policy with a commission that came to us as a fait accompli, and I feel that we're not bound by any of the language that's in this policy, because it's ours. It's ours, and we need to make it so that it's objective, inclusive, and so I just had to say that I feel a bit of pressure to accept this policy, and it doesn't leave me feeling very, very content about that. But at any rate,
Rosie, and I appreciate that, but let me just correct one thing. This was not written by anybody other than us. The town of Hamilton wrote this policy. It was not written by anybody else.
But it wasn't written by us. We should have had the preliminary discussions to talk about these very things that we're talking about now, and then the verbiage come from our discussion, and somehow it's been backwards. And that's
And I agree with that, Rosie, but I appreciate what you're saying, but in every instance that we write a policy, we always start with looking what other towns use. 99.9% of the time, that's what we do. We go research that. And we bring that back and we make edits to it. So that's what we did. So we didn't do anything different on this one. We do the same thing. Just in fairness, we did the same thing here we've done for almost every other policy. We've gone out into the world, brought back examples, and then we've edited it and shrunk, and that's what we kind of done here. So, and Joe can comment on that. I mean, Joe, if I'm misspeaking, correct me, but I thought that's what we did.
We haven't done it. We haven't done it. And now we are doing it. So I'm very happy about
Right.
that.
I don't think we're ready to vote tonight, but in fairness, Rosie, we've done the same process we've done every other policy. I just want to make sure people out in the public don't think we did something different here. It's the same process we've used. Maybe we're not, maybe Rosie, we're in the middle of the process. I agree with you.
If I can
but the
interject
process
for just a
is no
second. Hold
different.
on.
We're all in agreement.
Right.
Yeah, I think I think we have to think the overarching thing here, right? We're trying to do a really good thing and start a human rights coalition in our town. And I think to Bill's point is that yes, we're doing the same process that we do many times with these policies. And to also Rosie's point, it's come to the process point where it's at our board, and then we review and alter the document to whatever the board can agree to, right? I mean, that's how the process works. So this is all part of the process. I don't think we need to be arguing about the process. I think we're all doing the same thing. We're working to the same thing.
I think it was a little stressful to read that we're going to have a discussion and a vote, and that's.
Well, I mean, it's discussion and vote because we could have it.
Discussion is good. Okay, so some of the things that are in that second paragraph talking about housing and sort of whatever the specific issues were, I do have the policy here, but talking about housing, employment, education, public accommodation, access to town services. Now that might be a little redundant also, because for legal purpose, we have the Mass Commission Against Discrimination to investigate and prosecute any infractions. So that's a statutory thing. So I'm just wondering if we need to have that particular language in there. Because it's just redundant of what the state statute says. We also have the Mass Civil Rights Division, which has their own criteria for what are legal infractions. Let's see, okay. So that's the first thing I wanted to say.
Rosie, do you want to discuss these things that you're saying, or do you want to get everything out and then we'll discuss all your comments?
I think, well, I guess what I'm saying is this second sentence, you know, it sort of goes on and on and on about many things that are in fact covered by the Mass Commission Against Discrimination. Those things are already illegal. So it's sort of, and what are we going to do about this? We're saying all this, but what are we going to do with it? We're not going to do anything because
But
it's.
yeah, but Rose, we have to remind, this is a advisory committee. This isn't a legal
Right.
committee that's saying policy. This is
So-
someone to, this is for, this
one
is someone,
minute.
this is us for to look at things that we see in our community and be able to report back on it to the people who set the policy. So for them to be able to, for someone to be able to say, oh, I couldn't get, you know, a loan because I was discriminated against in one of your local businesses in town, they should be able to come to this committee and have a conversation about what to do next. So that's the idea. It was not to set a policy or to enforce it. It's to give somebody somewhere to go. That was the whole idea. Somebody needs somewhere to go. So we're giving somewhere to go. So, you know, I don't have an
And
issue with that.
so what is the advisory, what is the plan for the advisory committee to do when a person comes to them with, say, I don't know, insurance issue, right? We would just refer them to MCAD, right?
We make
So I think
recommend
if I can jump in, I think it's, I mean, I have a lot to say, but I don't want to interrupt that. Other than if you read the policy, a lot of this is about promoting inclusivity, educating, encouraging. This is not the MCAD. We're not the MCAD. This is promoting inclusivity, non-generic.
And that's what the change in the sort of language that I sent to Sean about it talks very much about that. And it stresses that we, first of all, the 2 points in the change that I sent to Sean was first and foremost that we affirm the equal rights of people, and that we will not tolerate discrimination. That's the first part of it, that we will enforce the law, because that's all we can do, right? We can refer people to the correct place. And then the second part of it focuses strongly on public engagement for inclusivity and talking about the issues and how do we deal with some of these issues. And it's meant to draw people in and encourage people to have discussions about all of these things. And that seems to me that it's, number one, making sure that people know what the that we will refer to state attorney general or the MCAD, whoever's the appropriate source. And secondly, that the main focus of this advisory committee is to do some community engagement.
Outreach.
Amy, you want to say some more?
Yeah. So one, I think, so Rosemary, you mentioned earlier that that we've only had one reading, and that's not accurate. It was, so obviously there was the meeting, our last meeting, or no, I'm sorry, 2 meetings ago or so, where we had a robust discussion, shall we say. But there was a first reading prior to that, at which everybody unanimously had the language in front of them. And we all said, you know, yeah, we're going to look at the language further, but the language was there. And everybody said, I'm on board 100%.
Yeah, because it's a great concept,
All right.
right?
Right. That's what I thought we agreed to.
Okay. And that's fine. I'm not saying you can't have that opinion. I'm just saying the language was in front of us. That there was a first reading, and then there was October 12th or whenever that was that we met. And that was the second reading. And now we're here.
We're doing our job.
Yeah, but we don't have recommendations. We're looking for recommendations at the third reading, and we don't have any language to look at other than what Joe sent us today.
I did send some earlier to Sean, and
I sent my recommendations two weeks ago.
I would like this to be a more accessible document, because the people that need to read it and understand it are not going to read a 4-page document. We've got to keep it short and sweet. And there should be more of an outreach. It reads to me more like a closed fist instead of an open hand. It's punitive and judgmental. However, the other thing that I caught was it talks about religious initiatives. The first reading had clergy involved. The second reading is now talking about religious initiatives that the town will support. And I have a lot of concern about that. I also want to see no adjudicatory powers. I want that spelled out so it's clear that it's simply advisory. And the last thing that I have deep concerns about is that this is now a 501(c) nonprofit, private nonprofit, perhaps faith-based corporation. How does that affect the town?
Darcy, you're
No,
Darcy, you're mixing apples and oranges, though. That's not what this is.
Train of thought in my, I've got to finish this. So how does that affect the town? And if it has the imprimatur of the town, how is that going to affect us? And will it affect us for any unfunded, they may come looking for funds. I want to make
Darcy,
sure.
that's a different organization. You're missing, this is not that organization. That's a
Oh, so
totally
we
different
have some
organization.
discussions to do then, so explain.
The Hamilton Wenham Coalition of Human Rights is not what this is. This is our own, you're mixing two organizations up completely.
Then you need to elaborate on that so I will understand.
who?
And I don't think a lot of people understand that.
This is the Hamilton Human Rights Commission. That is the Hamilton Wenham Human Rights Coalition.
But it
So
would be a lot of the same
Okay, so
people.
I'm confused.
Okay, let me stop you. The thing you're talking about has nothing to do with this meeting. It's not on the agenda. It's not what we're talking about. It's not a town organization, so we don't need to talk about it.
So
Sean, I don't know how to move forward from that.
I guess to Darcy's point, I see her confusion, but they're two separate entities.
Can we talk about what that means to the town? Can we?
Doesn't mean anything to the town. It has nothing to do with the town.
I don't think it means anything. They're two separate entities.
But they're espousing the same goals. So I think that was a question I had too. What is the
they may not even have the same makeup.
Well, okay.
I mean, it doesn't mean that if you're on the Hamilton Wenham Human Rights Coalition that you're automatically on the Hamilton Human Rights.
Right. No, that wasn't my question.
Joe, hold on one second. Joe wants to say something.
More to the point, the Hamilton Human Rights Commission includes several people who are members of town staff. So myself and the police chief, et cetera, are on. We're not going to be a part of the coalition. That's not part of our role. Our role in the Human Rights Commission's role is going to be to make sure that the town government organization, the town entity, the corporate organization is doing what it can to make sure that all Hamilton residents are treated the same. So the coalition is a community-based organization that has volunteers and does its own thing and isn't governed by any structure over it. This would be responsive to the Board of Selectmen. It would have myself and other members of the town staff on it as laid out in the membership guidelines. So I think that they're definitely two different organizations. They may collaborate from time to time, but they're not the same entity at all. That was
I had no idea. That's funny.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a commission. So it's
the one you're voting on is a commission. The other one is a coalition, and it's people from Hamilton and Wenham and all sorts of different places and walks of life. And anybody there that wants to be involved can join their organization, and it's up to their.
It's like the Hamilton Wenham Mothers Club or the Hamilton Wenham Facebook, or it's all those other organizations that call themselves Hamilton Wenham, but they're not town affiliated. They're just within the town.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. But so this document that we're looking at, so this 4-page document, it should be readable by a child, someone who can read, like a kid in elementary school should be able to read it and understand it. And maybe it should be one page, a couple of paragraphs to make it very clear and easy to read and accessible, because the people that we need to teach or outreach, young people, people that maybe, I hate to use the word, maybe ignorant of certain things.
Disabled to some degree.
And just also human foibles, where you have people that aren't thinking, or they're not they're not conscious as they should be. Maybe we need to make sure that we can reach those people, because those are the people that need to hear this, and they're the ones that need to evolve. It reads to me like we're preaching to the choir, and those aren't the people we need to reach.
In looking through the other documents from other towns, no one had a one-page document.
Well, Danvers, I believe Danvers did. And
actually, a lot of them did had their I've looked at 16 of the documents, and aside from, say, Cambridge that has a bylaw, most of them were truly one-page documents that talked about their town policy, a paragraph with a few sentences, and then in another paragraph what the commission would do. So I do think a lot of them were very readable.
Right. I mean, I hear your one-page thing, but the one-page thing is a statement. It's not setting up.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah,
you know, it's you know, I'm looking at it, and the part that we're arguing about here, or that we're opining about, is here to here. The other parts of the document are just the duties and the setup and the terms. And
well, if you look at the last page, the third paragraph from the last, it talks about the town supporting religious initiatives. But you got to read a lot of words before you can. There's a lot of words between initiatives.
Can you show me where that is? I can't find the word
procedures. Darcy, you talking about in procedures?
I can't find religious initiative in here, so tell me where it is.
I believe it's, bear with me for a second.
And just for the record and for the public, it's a 2.5-page document as it currently stands, the proposed version.
Right, I got 2.5 pages.
And with my edits, we can get down to 2.25 pages.
If you look at number 5 on these pages aren't numbered, so it's under duties, number 5.
Yeah. As often as is desired by the commission or request by the Board of Selectmen, prepare written or oral reports on racial, religious, ethnic, gender, disability, age, and civic initiatives or relationships.
That word initiatives applies to all the other words that come before civic. So it's racial initiatives, religious initiatives, ethnic, religious, and so on. So I really don't want to see any kind of initiatives, religious initiatives supported by the town, because again, there's that very bright line.
But if you read the first part of that, it's just saying, as often as the Board of Selectmen desires, we can request a report.
If you diagrammed this sentence, you would understand that it's talking about religious initiatives, ethnic initiatives, gender initiatives.
And what's the issue?
I don't think we should be supporting religious initiatives in a municipal organization. There is a very bright line separating the secular from the sacred, and I will never, ever back down from that. That's why we're a democracy. We're not a theocracy, and it's a slippery slope.
Hold on. Pause. I saw Jamie had his hand up. Let him speak.
So, as Sean has pointed out, this says that we can prepare written or oral reports on such initiatives, and we do want to support initiatives that are against religious discrimination. Okay, if there's
Do you feel discriminated
Muslim
against?
or Jewish people are discriminated against in this town, we want a report about that. We want a report on initiatives that support anti-discrimination against people based on religion, among other things.
Well, I'm taking, if you take the, I just have a bad feeling about supporting religious initiatives.
So
I think that's it's sacred to every person. If there is any kind of discrimination regardless, then, you know, we would look at what it would be, but I don't think we should step on that slippery slope.
Yeah, I mean, so Darcy, I agree with you of that with the words, but it doesn't say anywhere support religious initiative. It just says to report on religious initiatives. So the point is that yes, discrimination and intolerance, a lot of it has to do with religion, and in our town, we want people to feel safe that they can come to the town and say, "Listen, I feel discriminated against for any of the following reasons," which is why I'm trying to make it more like a catch-all, not necessarily list all these things.
That's what I would like it to be.
But I don't have an issue with I don't have an issue with identifying religion is a huge discrimination and intolerance thing. So it's not that we're supporting anything religious. We want to hear about it. That's all we're asking, to hear about it, report on it.
Now, will they be coming to the town looking for money, funding?
No, it's just an advisory board.
Okay.
But you know something, that I had a question about that too, because they're going to attend on duties number 8. I mean, I think that this needs to be edited more, but under duties, attend panels, meeting, conferences, celebrations, and other educational or community events. So who's going to pay for that? Are people going to go to these, if they're saying that, if this document is saying that the Board of Selectmen are saying these are their duties, then I think it becomes the town's obligation to pay for these things, right?
I think it should be. I think we should support human rights. I mean, the bottom line is we don't want to be known as a discriminatory community. And if we aren't working towards the goal of being anti-discriminatory by putting our money where our mouth is, shame on us. I'm sorry, I'm fine with paying for someone to go to a conference to learn how to be a better human being and support people that are discriminated against.
Or learn how to come back here or learn how to come back here and train us to be better human beings.
And train us to do it. And I'm sure we can get money through Maya or something that help us with paying for these conferences. And I'm sure people on the Human Rights Coalition, the broader group, would even probably raise funds to send people to those.
That would work. That would work.
I don't see, even if we do have to pay for some of these events, it being a high dollar thing. I don't see it costing that.
They're not going to have a checkbook, put it that way. They're just going to come
it's not going to be a blank check to go to Vegas convention or something like that.
But you know what, a lot of these commissions do local work, and this is very, very broad. It talks about regional, and if this is our commission, it seems that it should be locally focused, right? I mean, you don't need to go to regional conferences. I strike that. You need to focus locally, and I have concerns that a lot of these duties here talk about being involved in regional coalitions and regional conferences and meetings, and I just wonder.
I think it's important for us to learn from I think that's silly. I think it's important to learn from what other people are doing. So if
you can do that. You can do that, and with researching. You don't necessarily have to make it a regional commission. I guess.
I don't think it's a regional commission. I think you're taking advantage of peer groups.
But that's what it's saying here. But this is what it's saying here. Wait a minute. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Let's see.
You're talking
Uh,
about number 8 in duties. Attend and support panels, meetings, conferences, celebrations, or other
Mhm.
educational or community events held by municipal or regional human rights committees,
Yep.
private or public corporation organizations, high schools, colleges, or universities. I just think that's best practice.
You're talking big bucks.
This,
I don't think so.
not authorizing any
I don't think so.
expenditure of
Well,
funds.
yes, it would have to all be cleared by us anyway. It's not carte blanche. It's not a blank check. They would have to come to us and say, hey, there's a conference coming up. Do we have money to go to it? And then we would say yes or no.
Well, there are going to be a lot of members on this and, $100 a pop for what? 7 people to go to a meeting. I think we need to think about that.
If they fundraise, if they could do their fundraising, that would make a big difference. And then they could decide what they wanted to do.
Oh, Tosh Blake's here. I don't know if anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Tosh, just hold on one second. Let the board.
Okay, I'll hold on. Yeah, I just want to make sure I was
Then you
still
can chime in.
connected.
I'm going to let public comment probably in a second or so here, but we'll.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So I wanted to address a couple of things if
Yeah, please do, Jamie.
So as to some of the comments sort of at the beginning and that were a big part of our, whenever we discussed this last in the purpose paragraphs, I am strongly in favor of leaving those there in all of their glory in the list. Not that I wouldn't be opposed to edits that were there to make it better if somebody had a tweak or something like that. But this is not, I'm not saying that this is the perfect one. And by the way, I had nothing to do with drafting it. So I'm not saying like, oh, this is the quintessential purpose statement, but it is important to have each of those things, we're talking about the first paragraph, listed because it makes the statement stronger, in my opinion, in a promotion of our town's values. With regard to the second paragraph, there's a lot of, there's the first part, which is the statements regarding different types of, we'll call it discrimination for lack of a better word, and then list a number of protected classes. So typically talk about race, color, ancestry, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, age, religion, disability, marital and familial status, military or veteran status, socioeconomic status, and ex-offender status. Those are not, so those have a lot of different things. There are some protected classes that are protected by some laws and some that are protected by other laws. And again, this may not be all inclusive, but I think it is important to articulate the types of discrimination that we are commonly aware of in society. And this is not, anyway, this is not meant to be a comprehensive statement or saying anything about how, anybody who says they were discriminated means that the town is going to come in and adjudicate that somebody is at fault. And Darcy, you had mentioned this, that you wanted something strong or made it clear that this is not an adjudicatory body, and I think that is clear in the agreement, in the policy.
So it wouldn't hurt to specify it.
So anyway, I will stop there and just say that I believe it's very important to include, to not have it sort of all try to be summarized by one word.
Right. And to Jamie's point, I'll add my 2 cents quickly here, is that I'm pretty much fine with the document as it is. I think, I would say the ex-offender status, I would be okay with removing that part of it. and I think, and to Bill's point with the kind of worrying about leaving somebody out when we've listed kind of all these different things. In the second part, where it says, to that end, the commission strives to ensure that all persons feel safe in Hamilton and enjoy the equal opportunity to participate in local affairs, including with respect to housing, employment, etc. You know, you could add into there with respect to, you know, including XXX, and maybe put some words in there that could be, you know, not limited to these things, but these are the things that we're directly pointing to that may be affected. You know, that way we're not leaving anything out, you know, because to Bill's point, if somebody comes in and there's some, you know, brand new type of bigotry against people that wear yellow hats or something like that, I'm just making stuff up, but, you know, we don't want to exclude that future issue, you know, because just looking at the few human rights things that I have looked at that were from 2001 to 2008, a lot of those didn't include the kind of terms micro, macro aggression and stuff like that. You know, now we're including it, and I think it's important, but, you know, this has to be a document that, you know, hopefully stands the test of time. You know, so some language in there, and, you know, with including to, but not limited to these things, you know, in that second paragraph. So you're kind of including future issues that may be bigoted or discriminatory.
And we can modify as we go along.
Yeah, I mean, typically when we write a policy, it's kind of as it is, but, you know, more things are plans, like a master plan is a living document. You know, this is still, we could review it again in 5 years or something like that if something drastically has changed. But I don't want to really dilute the language to just make it discrimination, because there's so many different levels of bigotry and discrimination that I think it's.
But you know what, how do we decide? How do we decide? So when you, so there are a couple of things that talk about
But
here.
I think to that point, to Rosie, what you're probably going to say is, you know, why list these ones? And I could say the same thing for the first paragraph. Maybe it's, you know, including these things, but not limited to. So it's covering more ground without listing 12 pages of things that we think are bigotry or discrimination.
So I'm looking back at the first paragraph again. I'm sorry, because that's where you went with your previous statement.
Yeah.
And so we're talking about the freedom from discrimination, has as its core values the freedom from discrimination. Bill suggested ending it there. Jamie wants to continue on with these particular words. And the thing that bothers me about these particular words is that some of these particular words is that they're very subjective. And I worry that we open a can of words. You were, quote, disrespectful to me, so I'm going to file a complaint for you. Another word is microaggression. A lot of these things are subjective affronts. And I don't know if we have the authority or the right to intervene in those subjective issues. We have freedom from discrimination, as Bill says, and freedom from discrimination means legally protected rights. And that's where that sentence should end. We are not the behavior police. And so that's why I'm having trouble with some of these hatred. I mean,
no, I mean,
we should not have subjective criteria in here.
Right. I mean, I guess I hear what you're saying, and it kind of is a similar conversation we had on Friday, Rosie, when we spoke, that, you know, for me, whether you know you're using a microaggression or not, you're still using it.
But it doesn't mean.
But the issue with these microaggressions in particular are people don't realize that they're doing it. They're doing it.
That's what the community.
But the issue is that if we don't address it, it's perpetuated, and you're still
but you address
part of
it,
the problem.
but that's where you.
But hold on, let me finish, and then you can chat. So I think that part of it's addressing those things like that, and I think that part of our conversation we had on Friday is I share the same belief that Chief Stevens does, that you get a lot more mileage when you're kind of policing the community, and this is police talk here, that you get a lot more mileage with education instead of writing tickets and fines.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yep. So what my thought would be is, if one of these type of microaggressions is reported, you would have kind of a visit with the perpetrator and say, do you realize that what you're doing or what you said is offensive to this group of people? And if they say no, you educate them and steer them in the right direction, that that what they said is not the proper thing to say to somebody. And then
Well-
hopefully they will understand that, and they'll change the way they use their language.
Well, I think
And I don't think
instead
it has to be a fine or a whatever, but I worry that if we don't list that stuff, that it's saying that is okay. And I don't want to say
No, but what you're saying, you're policing in individuals for something that they may have innocently done. And that's where the community outreach part of it comes in. We cannot police people in any way or form to go knocking on somebody's door. You said this and it hurt my feelings, so that's not okay. I mean, can you imagine what kind of response you would have to that? That's where you have community programs, you have community outreach to generally deal with these issues.
I would say that generally probably 99% of this organization is going to be proactive and not reactive to situations. That's my hope. Hopefully we don't have situations that come up with discrimination, but it's more a general public, public outreach. Bill.
Right. That's my point, that we should end it, as Bill suggests, with discrimination. And then when I'm thinking brochures could be, mailers could go to people. Hey, did you know that if you use this type of language that some people find it offensive? That way it's not sort of, oh my God, I can't say this, I can't say that. And it gives people, without putting them on the spot, it gives them an opportunity to think about these things, and it does it in a more less threatening way. Because most people that I know, I can't speak for everybody, but most people, I mean, when you make a faux pas, you don't realize it. And a cultural faux pas or a racial faux pas, somebody you may come across a bit of conversation about it later, and you'll think about it and you realize, oh man, I shouldn't have said that. I feel really badly and I won't say that again. Rather than confront people head on. I don't think that's the right approach.
Bill?
Yeah, let's go back to what I said before. I mean, so this is, once again, this is a commission that's advisory. It's not policy setting. It's not enforcement. This is just, it's the first time we're doing it. The last line of the thing says the policy may from time to time be amended by Board of the Selectmen. That's in the policy. I strongly believe, and I know we're talking about people, not things here, but when the planning board has the purpose, it doesn't list every single building they could possibly build in Hamilton. It just says, if you have a project, go to the planning board. And the planning board is allowed to sort of decide, is it a barn? Is it a garage? I know we're talking about people and not objects, but by listing all these things, discrimination, whether it's intentional or non-intentional, it's discrimination. Whether you want to add discrimination and intolerance, that's fine. But when you look at the definition of these words usually defined by the words discrimination and intolerance. So I don't think it weakens anything. I think it actually makes it more flexible. The idea of government is to be flexible. The idea of advisory boards is to be flexible. And so I love this thing. I don't think it needs to be short. And some people make jokes. I have a word quota. I don't want to make this thing any shorter, but I think it needs to be more concise.
Yeah.
So I don't think, if a word is defined by the words discrimination and tolerance, you don't need to also use that word too. I think you're being duplicitous, and I think that gets confusing to people.
Yep.
Jamie?
And I think we're spending too much time on semantics. We're going to let the group decide what they do, and they're probably going to go read this maybe once a year. So I think we need to move on and I think we need to send edits, very specific edits to Sean, that he can maybe lay out, and we can vote on those edits. But I think what the problem is, we're talking about things without making actually suggestions. I really recommend everybody go back to their computers.
Well, it's
and
been a tough
specific
week.
suggestions to Sean that we can look at.
And
I know Jamie wants to talk next. So hold on one second. I know Jamie wants to talk next, but I just want to say to Rosie before I forget that I didn't include your kind of revision of the first little bit of it, because when you had emailed to me, you said you weren't done and you'd be sending me more. So I didn't include it. So my apologies if you wanted to include it. Jamie, go ahead.
Right, so a lot of, well, so of the 10 things that the 10 numbered paragraphs, right? One of them says serve as a portal for reports of concerns. And there's no policing, there's no anything. And so that relates directly to the comments regarding how this is so subjective. Okay, so absolutely. I mean, so if I think most of you know, I'm a lawyer, and there's tons of subjective in this area of law when people are enforcing things, right? The application of the word discrimination is very subjective in many cases. All these things can be very subjective, absolutely. But the real question for each of us is, does the town of Hamilton affirm that we should be free from discrimination? I say yes.
We all do.
Oh, great. Then we support this purpose statement. Should we be free from disrespect? And in the application of it, people can disagree about what is hatred, and what are all these things. But this is a purpose statement setting a tone that we are against that we want our community to be free of these things. And I just think that every one of them is a no-brainer. Okay. And the only other thing is that after that last round of discussions, whatever it is, was a few weeks ago, I mean, there was sort of a timeline sent out that edits, suggested edits were supposed to be made by October 19th. So, again, I want the best policy, but we've had 3 readings now, and I haven't had any edits actually meaningfully proposed. So it should be voted on.
Not tonight. I don't think we should. I think this has been a really, really tough week and a half. And I think I would like to work with Bill's idea and see if we can sharpen it up, tighten it up, make it a little more concise as he suggested.
So would you be, if we didn't do any edits on it, would you vote on it tonight?
No, I would not.
I was asking Bill Darcy, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I know you would.
I am fine with it is the way it is. I was just willing to make some concessions to get it to go through. So that was my sort of negotiation tactic. So
right.
I'd be willing to vote on it tonight, but I feel better that if we met in the middle, and
Yes.
and those are the only 3 changes I was willing to make. So that was sort of my compromise.
Yep. I like that.
Well, I still think it needs a little more time. Again, I did send Sean my comments. I apologize for not finishing that last sentence, Sean. It's just been a rough couple of weeks, and I don't. Although we all want this, we want to get it right, and I don't see the urgency in voting right this moment on something that clearly we still have some questions about.
And we did all agree that this is a great concept, and we're going to work toward it. So,
right. I guess my kind of follow up to the more time thing is, and to Jamie's point, we've been at this a couple months now, it seems.
Do you know how many readings we've had for streets? Do you know how many readings we've had for other things?
No, I understand. I understand.
But those are ordinances, bylaws, policy setting. This is just an advice. This is not really a policy. This is a policy to set up. No, it's a policy to set up a commission, but the commission doesn't set policy. That's the difference. We're not setting policy or setting ordinances or setting government. We're coming up with just a group of people to just be a portal for people to
Well,
talk
you know
to.
what, but we are setting the policy by enacting this Human Rights Commission. And I like this conversation tonight. And I just don't want to feel pressure. This is the first time that I feel that, and I don't know why, but I feel that this time everybody's really engaged in discussion, and I like to hear other people's opinions. Maybe I will rethink mine, but I don't. I feel very pressured, and I don't feel that it's necessary that we sign and vote on this tonight because of the discussion we had. I want more opportunity to look at this and think
So,
about the things that we've
yeah,
talked about.
So Sean, my recommendation is this. Let's get community, because we have two people from the community who want to make comments. Let's get everybody send you their final notes, and we'll revisit this one more time, because I'll be ready to vote on it next time, 100% sure. So that's my recommendation.
Yeah, just a couple of clarifying questions before I take just a few public comments. The re-edits, are they mostly on the purpose statement, or are they on more substantial parts of the rest of the document?
Well, I think that the duties can be just tightened up a bit. I think a lot of the duties are a little bit duplicative, and I think we can tighten that up a little bit while not removing the gist of it. I think that's an awful lot of things.
Yeah.
So, and again, we will. It's just people will bring their thoughts, their edits, and we talk about it. That's what we are, a board, and we talk about it. It's not we're going to do it my way or we're going to do it your way. It's just an uncomfortable position to feel that that the pressure. I just don't see it. We should all feel comfortable that we together come up with a document that we all feel comfortable voting for.
Okay. Let me thinking for a second here. I guess I would want a concrete timeline if we do not have the vote tonight, where I get edits from those people that want to do edits.
Yeah.
Joe, do you have a calendar there? Can you help me out?
Yeah.
I just don't want to keep kicking the can down the road here. I mean, I would call it tonight, and I think we could pass it as is, but I don't want to ram it down everybody's throats, even though truthfully I kind of want to move on from it. But
Right.
go ahead, Jamie.
I mean, I'd move that we vote tonight. We have had multiple reviews of this. There was supposed to be edits by October 19th. I absolutely understand that it's been a rough week, the last week or two, but the edits were supposed to be in by October 19th, and we can amend it. Want to put it on the agenda to amend it in a few weeks.
Well, honestly, Jamie, sometimes people have things going on in their lives where it's not possible to always meet every deadline. And this is one of those times. And we've been at this for almost 4 hours now. And quite frankly, I'm pretty tired tonight.
So let me ask Joe a question. Joe, did Wenham move forward to ratify anything yet?
Wenham hasn't passed anything yet, to my knowledge. I can confirm that tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure they hadn't passed anything yet. They were working on substantially the same document we have now. But that doesn't mean you have to pass the same document as them.
No, right. I agree that it doesn't matter. I'm just wondering where they were at in the process. I know they're a little bit slower than we are on things sometimes.
Your next meeting is scheduled for the 23rd. So that's 2 weeks from today. You could, if you were inclined to wait one more meeting, you could probably set a deadline for either this Friday or next Monday, possibly, because you get town meeting on Saturday. May give folks the time to get their edits to you by next Monday, and then that will give us plenty of time to incorporate them into, have all the proposed edits in front of everybody to be reviewed. When I first raised this topic with the board back in the summer, and we started moving forward, I engaged town council to draft it. I understood very much that this kind of process is something that takes some time for people, because while I gathered from everybody when we first raised it with the Board of Selectmen, that everybody was in favor of doing a Human Rights Commission in the town, everybody was in different places with it. And I think that there's a growing process going through this. And I understand and respect that. I'm not a voting member, and I'm just going to implement whatever you all ask me to implement. But I'm certainly more in line with Sean and Jamie, in that I think that this document can be aspirational, instead of just taking a page of what we have right now and what we're all comfortable with, but pushing ourselves as a community to be more than we are. So I look at some of that language not as punitive, but more as aspirational. We want to be better even than we are. But that's my opinion on it. That's the way I read the document. That's certainly the way it was intended. But I just hope that we again, like Darcy said a few minutes ago, we're all pretty much in favor of this here. You're all pretty much in favor of this here. It's just slightly different levels of where you're at in moving in that direction. So I just hope we don't lose sight of that, and I hope we focus on that so that we get something passed that the town can work with going forward soon. I'd love it to be tonight too, because you've only looked at it since September, but I've been looking at it since July. So, but whatever you want to do, Mr. Chairman, we'll make it work.
And I will just say that, I think it's unrealistic, given all the things that we have coming up this week, to expect us to have thoughtful edits in by Friday or Monday. I mean, we have town meeting on Saturday. Let's just be cognizant of that. And most of us have jobs, and it's just not possible to spend the amount of time and collaborating and reading other people's edits. Again, I don't see the urgency to have it down the 23rd. What if we had one more meeting with the expectation that we will have looked at edits, we will have discussed it, we will have looked at other people's edits, will have thought about it, and we'll come back, have a final discussion, and then make a vote at that point.
All right. At this point, I know we have two people that have been waiting patiently to comment, and I'll allow a couple of public comments here before we finish our discussion for the night. So I know Anna's got her hand up.
Thanks, Sean. So I'd like to offer a few points of sort of clarification to some of the questions Darcy's had, and also just sort of a final statement. And I know you've heard from me a lot about this. So a couple of sort of technical points. As Joe said, it was written by town council. And one of the things that I want to sort of hinge on is that if the word all was as effective as we're positioning it to be, then we wouldn't have the presence of all of these federally and state protected classes. So if all really meant all, then for centuries, we wouldn't have had these problems. So I think it's really important to look to state and federal law as a bit of a guide here. If all meant all, then you wouldn't have to specify race, religion, national origin, sexual orientation. Those things, they all mean something specific. And we would not have delineated them in our legal precedents if all was all inclusive. So there's a reason that protected classes exist, and there's a reason that you list them out. Sean, you are a genius by suggesting you could add the words including but not limited to, because then that sort of, keeps the door open. But it's important that you say not just race, but also sexual orientation, because they mean different things. They're different protected classes, and there's a legal standard for that reason. So that's one really important point. I want to push back a little bit on Bill Olson, who I adore in many ways, to say that if discrimination meant the same thing as hatred, which meant the same thing as bigotry, those other words wouldn't exist. And discrimination, again, legally means that you've been denied services, you've been denied access. So you could very easily be the victim of bigotry, but not be discriminated against. You could feel hatred, but not be discriminated against, right? There's a different legal standard in terms of what it means. So I do take some issue that it's as encompassing as a catch-all as it seems to be, because again, the words wouldn't exist. They mean something different. And to Sean's point, the concept of a microaggression is a very new concept. We have evolved in our language, and that's a good thing. Like, language grows, things move. So it's, again, one of those things, by not including that, I have a really hard time sitting that we as a community wouldn't say we're against hatred or
No,
bigotry
that is
or
not
excuse
true.
me, Darcy, I'm speaking.
Hold on, just
I
a
know
second,
you
Darcy.
probably had 2 minutes already. And so what I need to say to you is, how do you think we felt when you went to your private website and wrote that about us? That
Darcy,
was not true.
Darcy, I can address that in a minute if you want. I have a couple other technical points. So again, those words in the same way all the classes mean something, all of these sort of protective words mean something. The other last sort of two things I want to say is that discrimination and disrespect is very much in the eye of the victim. So it's not really up to the victim to prove that they felt hurt. You know, it's sort of one of the underlying basis of the Me Too movement, right? It's not up to the oppressor to decide whether or not they oppressed or expressed hatred. It depends on how it feels to the person experiencing it.
Yes.
So you sort of have to err in that direction. And then lastly, just the notion of sort of religious protections, actually, that language is always in universal human rights documents because the UN Convention itself was born out of the Holocaust. So that language about religious protections is about making sure that we're not being anti-Semitic, we're not being anti-Muslim. We are a Christian dominant religion, a country. So that protection is to make sure that we actually are protecting freedom of religion or freedom of non-religion. It means both ways. And then the last thing I'll say, I actually do think there's some urgency to this, and here's why. This all started in the summer after the Citizens March, through which the police especially were incredibly good partners. And one of the things that we've been waiting for, and the reason that this is different than a private citizens coalition, is that it has a tie into the police and the municipal government in a way that private citizens cannot. And I want to remind everyone that one of the people who was most enthusiastic was Chief Stevens. And part of the reason we want to establish this commission as a town-based entity is it gives our police department a chance to show us just how amazing they are. And I think part of the pressure is that we would like to move forward. I know that Chief has had some conversations about wanting to have forums, wanting to have dialogue, wanting to share, and this body would help move forward with that planning. So I think there is some urgency, and to Joe's point, we've really been talking about it for many times. There's been at least 3 readings that I've come to. So those are some technical points. And I think just high level, if you can imagine watching this meeting, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, this is a chance where our community can affirmatively, proactively say, we are against discrimination, we're against bigotry, we're against hatred, we're protecting all these groups. Look what a shining example we want to be. It just seems incredulous to me that in this day and age, we wouldn't take that opportunity. Like Jamie said, it's like a no-brainer to me. So it's amazing.
It's a no-brainer, and we have agreed that this is a great concept. It's simply a matter of making the document more accessible to the people that need to read it.
Well, at that point, Darcy, what I'll say is all municipal ordinances, I mean, this is the founding document. None of them are written for first graders. I mean, our own warrant document itself is almost inconceivable in its density. So municipal ordinances they're dense, complicated documents. Like there's a reason that the lawyer drafted it and not, the elementary school. So I would push back on that. I implore you to be strong and brave right now and move forward because we've been waiting for almost 6 months to do this. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Anna. And I think Tosh, are you still on the line? Is it Tosh?
It looks like he's muted. Tasha, can you unmute?
Give him a second to see if he's there. I know he did want to say something earlier.
We wore him out.
The war of attrition, we won.
So.
Oh, okay.
That's not good.
Oh, he's gone. He left. Ah, boy. I'm at a crossroads.
Well, I think it's great, and I think we need to start over and let's get back at it.
I don't know about starting over.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a good choice of words.
I guess we need to make a few minor edits to this thing and vote on it next time. So I'm in favor of making a few minor edits, but I'm not in favor of starting over. So
I'll propose something right now, and you can tell me if I'm crazy or not. I would add the language that I kind of said that Anna thought was good, was the but not limited to in both of those first paragraphs. I would delete the ex-offender status because I don't I like partially the concept of it, but not the full concept of it, even though we do have the ultimate appointing authority. But
Hello, can you hear me?
wouldn't- Yes.
This is Tosh. Yeah, I was on mute and I couldn't get out of mute. I was
Okay.
muted by the myself. Thank you. I'm glad
Yeah,
this
go ahead.
meeting's still going on. Yes, so I have a couple of questions. I appreciate if you at least give me as much time as Anna got. That'd be great. This is new to me, so forgive me if I'm kind of ignorant on some of what you guys already been working on. Has this been a publicly posted statement or sort of, I guess, mission statement anywhere, or is it just something that's been being worked on in the Board of Selectmen?
Yeah, we don't have a mission statement yet. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah,
So there's
it's
nothing
kinda
been
yes
public
and
or
yes.
anything?
It's been public in the fact that it's included in our agenda packets and that we've been talking about it for a couple of months now. So
Oh,
if-
okay, but
if
nothing
you were to
posted.
go
There's
on
no
to-
posting.
No, there's no general posting on the town website or anything like that. It's if you're paying attention.
Generally, you don't post policies until they're adopted, but they're
Right.
they're included in the meeting materials during the adoption process. So that
Okay. Yeah. Forgive me for not knowing about that beforehand. How did it come about? Just to bring me up to speed quickly. Who came up with this idea? Or I think someone was speaking earlier. I don't know. I don't know who they were. I can't see you guys, but he was talking. He said he was a non-voting member. He was in the meeting just a while ago, and he said he came up with it in June or something.
Well, it was a confluence of things, but it was in discussion. This is Joe Dumbleover, the town manager talking.
The town manager. Oh, Joe. Joe, the town manager. Yep.
Yeah. It was in discussions that I'd had with several residents who had reached out and the police chief. And the police chief and I talked about, well, is it time for a human rights commission here in town? And he agreed. I brought it to Sean. We thought it was worth investigating. And we put it on the Board of Selectmen agenda, and I asked the town council to start drafting a draft policy that could be reviewed.
Okay, so did it originate from anyone working for the town, or you said it was private citizens who are not town employees that originated it?
Town council wrote the first version.
Yeah, they're not.
The idea of Genesis came in conversations that local Hamilton citizens had with me, and I brought it.
Okay, with you. Okay, so you're like the first contact from a group of citizens for this kind of this initiative.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, good. Good. I'm just wondering. Yeah, good. So at least I have some backstory because this is, like I said, it's new to me. Yeah, I have some concerns just from what I've heard. I'm totally against it. I think it's a huge mistake for the town to adopt anything like this, at least in an official capacity. I'm certainly not against any private citizens groups having their own human rights commission or club or whatever. But I don't know if you're aware of Hamilton history going back a couple decades. A very similar thing happened in 2002. Where the ADL came to Hamilton, so representatives from the ADL, including, I guess, one of the ADL's daughters. She was in middle school, and she proposed, there's a program back then, I don't know if it's still in place, called No Place for Hate. And they came to Hamilton. And Hamilton, I guess, kind of semi-infamously or famously in the news back then locally, did not adopt this No Place for Hate program. And it's very similar stuff, similar language about having kind of like a commission where the town officially adopts this program. And similar things to what Anna was saying is, they made the language back then, the jargon was a little different, but essentially the same. And basically, he was trying to get the town into taking, basically political positions on stuff. And, we're talking about anti-discrimination, but of course, that's a whole can of worms that could be used against anything, including there's negative discrimination and positive discrimination, and you have to be very careful on what you are officially, advocating, so this sounds like to me a political stance by Hamilton, and it's completely something way out of scope of what Hamilton, anyone official should be getting involved with, including certainly the town manager, the police chief, or anyone on the board I'm speaking to. So it's a huge mistake. I mean, this is basically a political stance that the town is not really taken to at public meetings where people can, besides getting on Zoom in the selectmen's meeting. This is something much more major than that. And I'm dead set against it, and I really would like to see, personally, as a town citizen, what is supposedly representing me as a citizen of the town, what this text is and what's going to be happening before you vote on, oh, quick, let's just get this through as fast as possible. It seems like a couple of the members are browbeating some of the other members on the board, just trying to pass it as soon as possible. I think it's a big mistake. And this could be a very interesting time to have in the news if someone's going to shove this through, because, It's political, and it's let's just put it this way. This kind of subject matter is something I'm very interested in, and other people in town would be too. And if you're trying to push this through,
When you say
smart.
political, can I just have a question for you? When you say political, how does discrimination political? I don't follow you on that. Discrimination is
Well,
not a political
discrimination
thing.
is such a wide-ranging term, and there's obviously we have illegal discrimination. So if someone is being illegally discriminated, you could go to the police. If you don't trust the Hamilton police, you can go to state agencies and say, look, because of my identity, my race, my sexual orientation, this person discriminated against me. They wouldn't serve me in a business, or they wouldn't show me a house or something like that. There are laws against that already. Hamilton has anything to do with
you
that.
think the only option somebody should have if they get discriminated against is go to the law? They shouldn't have a
right. That is
you don't
exactly
think they should
what
have
I'm
an
saying.
You don't think the community should have is this an advisory board? This is not a policy board. This is not an enforcement board. This
The
is an
town should not be advising anything to do to any kind of legal discrimination. If it is illegal, we have law enforcement to deal with it. Legal discrimination, first of all, there's plenty of legal discrimination, just perfectly fine. I mean, think of people, they date certain people. They may only date, some men may only date other men or other women, but they'll discriminate against the other gender. So now you have to have a talk from the chief of police saying, hey, look, you have to really broaden your dating partners, or we're gonna have the town to talk to you. This is ridiculous. So discrimination is fine if it's legal and if it's reasonable. People pick their friends, they pick who they want to, have romantic relations with, who they want to socialize with. We do not need people in the town being some sort of busybody in a quasi-official sense. With the chief of police, no less, getting involved, and the town manager, this is nuts. I mean, sorry for my language, but I mean,
I'm gonna.
This is
I think
this is really dangerous legally for the town.
I think you need to read the policy, so maybe we can get you a copy of the draft because you're going way off based what the policy's about.
Yeah, you can.
Right, I want to hear. From what I've heard, it's very
different. You're on a different wavelength than what we're talking about here. So I appreciate the
yeah.
comments, but you're not really talking to what we're.
It's part of what I was saying when this lists disrespect and microaggressions. Those are subjective comments. And my concern about this is we can't police people's behavior if it's not illegal.
We're not
policing. That's the whole point.
But so why? Okay.
We're helping find support services.
Right. Okay.
We're not going and knocking on doors. We're gonna, if it seems it's gonna go that way, then we leave it up to the police department and the officials to take care of it.
You shouldn't even be contemplating something like that. That is a completely totalitarian and dangerous.
I thank you for your comments, but I think
yeah.
I mean,
think twice is all I'm saying, because this is crazy.
I appreciate your comments.
Right. Okay. So yeah, it might be interesting to get Hamilton in the news and see who's doing what and who's trying to push some strange agendas and getting political agendas into town government. That should not be there. I'll talk to the chief of police. I'll talk to whoever.
You have every right to. I appreciate your opinion, but we're going to finish our conversation now. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll listen.
So, as I was saying previously, the added language, but not limited to, in the first two paragraphs, to kind of expound on that for future interpretations, I think is good. And the ex-offender status, I'm fine with the rest of it. I would vote on that tonight and be okay with it. And to Rosie and Darcy's kind of opposition of that, I would welcome some future edits, but I'd almost like to give it a run and see, get this going. I don't think there's anything that's going to happen if we change. I just don't want to dilute the document is what I really don't want to do.
But you're not diluting the document. You're making it more specific and you're making it stronger by putting in language that is not subjectively interpretable. And that's what I'm trying to say, Sean. And you did, prior to these two comments, agree that we could give this more time. It's not unreasonable and there is no urgency. And I would very much like the opportunity to look this over again. It's not an unreasonable request.
If I'm going to extend the vote or not call the vote on it tonight, I would like the edits within a week.
Realizing that this entire week is going to be filled with town hall building committee and preparing for town meeting.
Yeah, but this is our third reading, and I've only gotten a paragraph from you, Rosie, that you said wasn't finished, and you would get back to me. And Darcy, I got an email this afternoon that I didn't see until about a half an hour before the meeting. So to me, that's not really timely.
Well, I think we made progress because I didn't realize, I don't know why, but I didn't realize there were two different commissions.
One's a commission, one's a
I
coalition.
thought it was all one thing. And so I
The
just,
commission document says that we should work with the Hamilton Wenham Human Rights Coalition. So
that,
I mean, it calls it right out in the document. I mean, to me, it just shows me that you didn't read the document.
I missed it. So it was good that I learned that we only have one commission for the town instead of a joint one. And I learned that we don't have a 501(c)(3). I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
that we adjourn for the evening.
I want to make an agreement on this before we do, because I'm compromising by not voting tonight, but I want to have a timeline for this thing so we can
Yes.
move on from this thing.
Yep.
So
Sean, I'm just respectfully asking that we have until our first meeting in December to have this thing wrapped up and ready for a vote.
Is that 2 meetings from now?
Yes, and the reason is because I just don't know if I will have the time that I need through Saturday afternoon. I'm booked, like flat out, and I cannot get my final edits to you. And so that's why I'm asking for the extra, for the extra meeting.
So Joe, when is that meeting? December what, 7th?
Is it the 7th or the 9th? I don't know.
The 7th. Hello? Right there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Was that
No,
VJ Day or something around there?
I lost my view. The 9th, I think it is. The 7th, December 7th. First and third is the 7th.
So we have a meeting after town meeting, right? When's that? When the week
23rd.
after?
23rd.
23rd.
What's the harm?
well, I would say that the harm is that we are spending way too much time on something that should be a no-brainer.
That's part of the policy. That's part of our procedures here in a democratic municipal government.
Yeah,
We get to
Yeah.
talk about stuff.
yeah, no, absolutely. That's why we're here. And I would move to vote. We can spend our future time
Wait, I think I have a motion on the table.
things that are more productive.
Well,
Nobody seconded your motion, Darcy.
This is very important, and I want to make sure that we do it right, and that's my motivation.
Darcy made a motion. No
Don't
one
second
seconded it.
Second,
I would entertain a motion if someone wants to make it. If Jamie, if you feel you want to make a motion to adopt this tonight, you could entertain it, or you could make a motion with the change of language I suggested. It's up to you. Because I know you feel strongly about it, and I feel strongly about it too, but I do and don't see harm in waiting. I guess I'm on the fence about it.
I just really want to do it for our next meeting. That was my only hesitation. I was willing to put another month though. It's just kind of.
I think that's too long.
That's too long. So, I So I'm trying to figure out a way to compromise, get it in for next week's, we
Could
got
there
2
be a
weeks now.
special, could we come together for a special unscheduled in?
Now we got Thanksgiving and in the middle of this whole
Ugh.
thing, and we've got
Yeah.
things to
I don't
deal
want
with,
to add
so-
another meeting
We
for
get
this.
to vote on the 3rd.
So my compromise is not vote tonight, but we're gonna vote on the 23rd. So that means if people can get notes in by the 13th, have them in by the 17th. And I'll have enough time to review it by the 23rd. So let's have it due Tuesday, the 17th. And we'll vote it on the 23rd. But I'm okay with not voting tonight, but I want to vote next time. So let's have 17th, make a motion that all comments are into Sean by the 17th, and then we will, he'll circulate them and we will discuss and vote on the 23rd.
That was a motion.
Oh, second.
Okay, any further discussion before we take a vote on the seconded motion? It is late. We're all pretty burnt.
No, so, okay, so let me make sure I got this right. Comments due by the 17th. We're meeting on the 23rd.
That's correct, Tuesday, 17th. So it gives you a couple extra days after town meeting to go through it on Monday, Tuesday. Tuesday by midnight, you send them to Sean. Sean sends them out on Wednesday. You have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday to review them. And then we vote on Monday night.
Monday. Did I make a motion?
Well, Bill did and it got seconded. You made a motion and it didn't get seconded. So your motion's just hanging out there.
Okay, so we have,
We should vote on bills.
So we're gonna move on Bill's motion.
yes.
So a roll call vote. All those in favor of comments by the 17th, discussion and vote on the 23rd. In favor. We'll start with Bill.
Aye.
You have to
Wes Olson, aye.
Darcy,
Darcy Dale, aye.
Rosie,
Rosie Kennedy, aye.
Jamie,
Mary Knudsen, aye.
and Sean Farrell, reluctantly aye. All right, so we will reconvene this topic with edits or suggested edits by the 17th. And I will circulate them on Wednesday morning or before if I get them.
Perfect. Now, he did say by midnight on Tuesday.
I'll probably be up. So.
Thank you, Sean.
Darcy made a previous motion.
I second.
All right. All those in favor of adjourning, Bill Olson,
William Olson, aye.
Darcy Dale,
Darcy Dale, aye.
Rosie Kennedy,
Rosie Kennedy, aye.
Jamie Knudsen,
Mary Knudsen, aye.
and myself, Sean Farrell, aye. Thank you, everybody. It was a long